Hello, hello, how are you? Welcome to another exciting edition of the College Nation radio show. Hello, hello, hello. As College Nation has several different series. We don't just talk randomly, I have a series that I build on, my favorite being The Enemy Within. That's my Enemy Within series, and I always go into a thing. And next, I have The Hidden Hand of Mass Confusion. Then I have Deadly Clowns. Tonight is Sacred Cows. I got several of them, that I do. Sacred Cows is my favorite, No, Enemy Within and Sacred Cow about a tie. Those are my two favorites, I could really build on those two. What are sacred cows? Now, before we get started, I would like for you to like, share, and subscribe. Now, when you got a topic like sacred cows, the false belief in black unity, it's going down tonight. It's going to be a knockdown, drag out. The college is going to have to put his foot up some Negro's ass tonight. What's going down in Colin. Because I heard some people saying some slick shit about me on the other channels. It gets back to me. You can't hide from me. I heard on the Afro Dumbass channel that people were saying, so I'm going to address that. So basically, like I said, I believe in FTA. FTA, I don't believe in FBA, I mean FTA. That means foot to ass. I believe in putting my ever loving foot up your ass to get you to do right. Because I want you to do right. I want you to clean you off, straighten you up, so you can get on the right path of doing things. So FTA, foot to ass, is what we do in the show. We give foot to ass. Now to dusty, crusty Negroes, this may come hard to you, some of you, right? But but with all the love of Jesus in my heart, I'm here for you because I want to see you do better. That being said, right, like, share, subscribe. And like I said, what's going down tonight. It's going to be a knockdown, drag out. College Genesis has a whole lot to say tonight about this topic. Now let's get right into it, right? Check this out. We've been playing with this idea of unity for so long, and people don't understand when you say unity, that means unify. Who are you unifying with? You can't unify with adverse people or people who don't share your ideologies and everything, No, I don't think black people worship. I don't think black people worshiping America is a sacred cow, because we've been taught that despite everything we go through in America, still love the American flag, still like this. When Africa has not been tried yet, it's like it's out there, but it's not. Yeah, we have a problem, but it's not so much a problem because the reality is we choose America. It doesn't matter how much black people worship Africa if we're not going there. That's just something in our imagination. So you can't put that on the same scale as America, you know? So the bottom line is this. No, we don't need unity. I don't believe in unity, unifying with anybody. I don't believe black people should unify with each other anymore. And I damn sure don't believe we should be unifying with white people, gays, trans. That's what it all starts to. Why have we this? Okay. I'm going to offend some people tonight, what I'm about to say, what I'm about to get into. Why are we the people celebrate good times? Come on. Why are we the ones that always singing these kumbaya songs for everybody or not, Why is it that our culture is always a culture where everybody comes to the cookout, everybody loves, and everybody forget their? Why is that? There's an old saying: "He who loves nothing." You got to be principled, and then people will respect you. What Black America does not have is respect. Everybody always comes around, especially with the election time. Let's just come around, unify. Unify against what? Let's unify against the orange man, Donald Trump. Blah, 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 blah. What for? What for? Unify against the Republicans. What for? What do we have in common? I don't give a. I look at these socialists and everything like that that's coming out and stuff like that. I don't agree with none of this nonsense. But according to being a typical Black American, anytime somebody talks about unity, I got to be down there. Yeah, let's unify. Let's unify. Anytime a Black leader comes up and whatnot, yeah, we got. What the hell is this we shit? Do you know my issues? Do you know what my political beliefs are? So what the hell am I unifying with you for? Do we believe the same way? Do we see the criminal justice system and say, look, I believe in the death penalty, right? I'll be honest with you. I believe there should be more police on the streets. I believe that we should have more jails. I believe more people should be locked up. How about that? Can you unify on that? No. Every time we talk about unity, it's always you compromising who you are. You looking the other way when we gotta have unity when because we gotta invite this bum ass Negro down here because we gotta have unity. What we have unity for? This guy's a freaking bum. The heck? What am I unifying with him for? We don't believe the same thing. We're adversely. We have two adverse positions in life. So what's the point of coming together? What are we unifying over? That's the problem. Is that we Black men who are principled and everything, always got told that we have to give up who we are, what our beliefs are, what our values are, in the name of unity. And that just means you compromise. I'll say, well, Black male and Black females ought to come together. Why? Why? If the Black woman had decided that she doesn't want to raise kids, she doesn't want to get herself and be a housewife anymore. She don't care about the community anymore. What do we? And we saw that during the Kamala whole thing. You have Black women who spent the years, a decade, distancing themselves from the community and Black men altogether, demonizing Black men. Then when it came time, it was like, well, geez, we're going to need a lot of Black men to go out there to vote if Kamala has a chance. Suddenly, everybody pulls out the unity card, the sacred cow. And you got some stupid Negroes out there, yeah. Oh, yeah, Black women want us to vote for Kamala because it's about unity. Unity for what? What do we get out of this vote? I don't agree with Kamala. I didn't even know her policies. But Black women and whatnot. So Black women have spent the last decade berating us in the media, telling us we're useless and everything, doing their own thing. So what the heck are we unifying with them for? For what? All they wanted was our vote. When you really look at the Democrats, the Black Democrats, whatnot. Well, you come together and whatnot, Al Sharpton, we got to come together as Democrats. Come together for what? And do what? What the hell do I get out of it? But the thing is, a sacred cow of unity. They always put that unity, that love and unity over your head to get you to do what they want. They don't give a damn about you. But they have this old thing that, if we just come together, no way the hell we don't. Sometimes us being broken and fragmented is probably more powerful than actually unifying. So the bottom line is we're going to talk about this tonight. What has unity gotten us? Nothing. What do we have to show for it? And I was like, Dynasty didn't let me up. I don't know what the hell happened with that. There's people that going around and they expect Black immigrants to unify with them. We need unity. The Black immigrants got their own issues. They're coming over here trying to get the bag. They're worried about their visa status and all this kind of shit like that, They got people back in their homeland they got to send money to. So So we with this unity thing, man. Why is the Nigerians and everybody else doing their own thing? Don't they believe in unity? No. The only fools that believe in unity is the so-called Black American. No one gives a damn about unity, but us, because we've been taught unity and Black unity and all this kind of stuff that never worked. The immigrants that come here that are not don't care. The Haitians only cared about their TPS status. They don't give a damn about unifying with you. So stop playing this. This is not playing me with this unity stuff. It doesn't work. It doesn't work among ourselves, and especially does not work when it comes down to other Black people coming from other places who are only out for themselves. There is no damn unity. So people need to understand that, so we can move forward. And say, well, how do we get? Well, we don't know. I don't know what the solution is. Look at the political landscape of America. I don't know what the solution is. I really don't anymore. I really don't know. I think, and like I said, and if I'm right, I think I'm right. I think the damage of Black America, who turned, instead of building something between the 80s and the 90s and everything like that, and we were serious about building something, unifying based on the things like we had in common, like, we had things like the Moja Festival, the Afram Festival, and then basically building up our colleges and institutions and stuff like that. We would have something to unify them because we have something of value that we cherish together. But we don't have that. We don't have that. We took what our ancestors went for, the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement and everything like that. They left us with something to build on. But my generation and the generation after me, we said that we want to party. We want to do drugs. We want to be in the streets. We want to be gangsters. We want to be thugs. We didn't build on what our ancestors laid before us. They went out there and changed the country. And we didn't build upon that, Yeah, false belief. And then after everything we did not build anything, any unity or anything in Black America. We didn't build a love among ourselves. We didn't build anything. So now we want to sit back and be like, okay, and pretend like we're unified. No, we're not unified. For the longest time, everybody was doing their own thing. You thought that the culture of the streets was more important than carrying on the legacy of our ancestors who fought for civil rights, who fought for workers' rights, who fought for all those things. We let that go by the wayside. Now we want to sit back and be like, oh yeah, you have nothing to build on. We have nothing to build on. There's nothing left. That's how weak Black America is. And then after it's all said and done, since we have a whole generation, just one generation, no political. We gave the last political upheaval, or it was the president Barack Obama. We just saw a Black family in the White House. That was it. That was the last time. Now what is there left? We came together under Barack Obama, elected Barack Obama. We came out there in massive thing. And that was the last attempt at unity. The last attempt at unity was us coming at and showing up. We were showing up, voting for Barack Obama 90% of the time, by 90%, and then had record 75, 80% voter turnout. That's what put Barack Obama, and that's all we wanted. But his presidency didn't deliver on anything we wanted. because we got what we wanted. We want to see a black face, a black family in the White House. So there's nothing left. So when black people are like, oh damn man, we had 8. That was it. That was a high point. We got 8 years of Barack Obama. That's all we got, you know. So now black people are angry, right? We're looking around like, what's left? What's left? What is there left politically? What unites us together now? Now the thing is, we forgot about the putting a black family in the White House or political progress, whatever like that. We said we want reparations. We want to go all the way back. Forget all the progress we made. We want reparations. And people don't understand. Reparations is part of black separatism. You can't buy into America and say you American and say you want reparations at the same time. That's not the point about what we're supposed to do. Black people saw a black man. He was presented as a black man with a black woman as his wife. In our culture in Black America, if you're half black, you're black. At the time, there was not the FBA. There wasn't immigrants and what his background was. All that stuff wasn't that. That was Barack Obama came at the last bit of that one drop rule. He was black. His father was African. As far as we were concerned, he was African American. We didn't have a defined definition of African American, meaning descendant of slaves. So we embraced Obama as one of us. And that's what we wanted. We got it, right? 8 years, we saw a black family grow up in the White House. Some black people, okay, yeah, like that. But after he left, people were like, what's left after that? And people can't see now what this, you know. Oh yeah, look, stop with this nonsense about Obama. Obama was just deporting people. He was doing his job. If you here illegally, had criminal record, he deported you. Had nothing to do with what you call. I'm not gonna say and talk this stupid nonsense with you tonight, whoever your troll is. Don't bring that racist shit in here, you know. But the problem is in Barack Obama is this. It wasn't cosplaying as Black American. At the time, he was accepted as a Black American. Baby Rodriguez. This was before the stupid FBA nonsense came about. Barack Obama was a certified Black leader. A man running for office. That's what we accepted him as. When he was running in 2007, 2008, Black America to like 99% embraced him. They knew his father was Kenyan. He was half white, but they didn't care. They saw Michelle. They saw those two little girls. Black America said that's what they wanted. That's all that we wanted was to see that black family in the White House. That's all we wanted. Now, after 8 years of Barack Obama, what is there left? We came together. That was probably the last time you're going to see a large mass movement among black people to do something. That was probably the last time. You know, and then unfortunately they tried to do the same thing with Kamala. That was not going to work because you cannot get the large numbers of black people to unify again. Because the idea of black unity is dead. There's too many people out there because of social media. There's too many people out there doing their own thing. We're not all on the same page anymore. Before, we didn't have a political ideology. It was just, okay, we said a black family. We didn't have it. We were apolitical. When Barack Obama came around, before Barack Obama, we were not talking about politics in Black America. We weren't. You know, so therefore, when he came around, black people got excited about politics again. We didn't know what his policies were. We didn't care. So therefore, this is what we have right now. So when people say we need unity around what? You think I'm joining together with these rappers? You think I'm joining together, unifying with somebody named Saucy Santana? You think I'm joining together with friggin' P. Diddy? You think I give a goddamn about Jay-Z and Beyonce? Are you crazy? Are you on crack? I don't give a damn about unity. I don't give a damn. We don't elect another black person. I am not getting out there with this nonsense. I look at this thing going on in the WNBA. You mean to tell me they're trying to get men into the WNBA transgenders? This is what it means. You don't know who the hell you're unifying with. You got people out there. You go out there. Oh yeah, let's go out there to this rally. Next thing you know, the trans flags come out, the gay flags come out, and all this kind of nonsense and whatnot. Got the people, the DACA people. What's the unity? People do the bait and switch. They tell you, oh yeah, it's about black. You go down there and you start hearing some of these people talk, particularly some of these black women. They're friggin'. I didn't sign up for radical feminist lesbians. If I got to unify with that, I'll stay home. I'm not unifying just to freaking unify. I look at some of these women out there that's in the Democratic Party and stuff like that, look at MSNBC on Saturday, right? Oh, yes, right. We got to talk about queer folks and whatnot. They got to be inviting these guests on there and whatnot. And so this is how the unity for the sake of unity is how the LGBTQ hijacked the Black Lives Matter movement. We was out there, yeah, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And then when I was saying, man, I don't want to join the Black Lives Matter, they start attacking me. Oh, you don't believe Black Lives Matter. Look, I believe in Black Lives Matter, but I'm seeing who's showing up at these Black Lives Matter. And I was absolutely right. You had all these lesbians and all these other gays and all that stuff like that. And they basically hijacked the movement. It became a gay movement. But people were going out there under the guise of black unity and whatnot and giving these people a free ride. The energy from the George Floyd, not George Floyd, but Michael Brown situation, Trayvon Martin and whatnot, black people out there marching and protesting and whatnot, right along in the unity. We got to feel unified. I see people out there, yeah, I feel unity out there. And you got all these freaking weird ass white people joining you and whatnot, with their own ulterior agendas. You got these weird ass black people out there, with their nonsense and whatnot, And I'm saying to myself, no, I don't. I think I'll sit back and do my own thing, Eddie Thor said, "Carla, I don't believe in transgender. I think people, even masculine, are feminine." My point I'm trying to make is this: if you're going to be transgender, if you're a black female, lesbian, queer folk, whatever the hell you are, right? Be that. But don't call. This is what they do. They come. Oh yeah, I'll give you another thing. I'll tell you another thing. There was a guy named, I think his name was Marquise. I think it was, forgot his name. You got to tell me. Remember he tried to run against Jim Clyburn in South Carolina. He's a flaming gay guy. But I told him years ago, you're going to take down, he went around with the red, black, and green flag. Black power, red, black, and green. Showing up at black power rallies, showing up with the new Black Panther. And I'm saying this guy was gay. His agenda was gay. But because black people are so addicted to so-called unity and whatnot, this guy, man, he got big. He blew up. He was going around with the red, black, and green flag and all shit like that, And I'm saying, man, I saw it for what it was. he can't go around with the queer flag to get on. So, look, the bottom line is this. This was a couple of years ago, about 8 years ago. And in one incident where one of his guys, where he had a following, and he had some young guys living with him and whatnot. I don't know what the situation was, but something happened and whatever like that, and he got outed, whatever. But the bottom line is this. When you got these people out there, right, who know that every time all you have to do is raise the red, black, and green flag or the Black Lives Matter flag when not, because you don't know what you get emotional. This is what they do. They wait to a police incident, right? Like Sonia Massey or Sandra Bland, whatever like that. And they basically come out there, oh yeah, we got to march, we got to protest. And you out there, yeah, we got to show solidarity. You don't know who you're solidarity with. And they use that, What's up, Afro Theory? So what I'm talking about tonight is a sacred cow of Black unity. Because right now, if we're ever going to have unity, the only thing, look, one thing you will know, if I talk about the Afghanistan and nation building, all these other people are not going to be involved with it. You know how many people, the BAIO, my organization, we had a breakup, a split, just for this reason. Where you got the LGBTQ try to infiltrate the BAIO. Nearly successful. But I'm still here. They infiltrate Black organizations and whatnot, They know you're so addicted to unity and whatnot, you don't see them coming. And next thing you know, it's like a parasite. They're riding on you. You're the host, and they're a parasite. They're riding on you. They're riding off your energy. Because you believe in the so-called, all you want to see is Black people unity. You out there pumping your fist, Black power, but you don't know who the hell you Black powering with. All in the name of fucking Black unity. Can I get a witness? Yeah, Afro Theory. The bottom line is this. I'm just basically talking about this false idea of Black unity. You can't trust anybody nowadays, Everybody got ulterior motive, and they hide behind Black unity. You don't know what people's intentions are. You guys sit there, it takes me a while for me to study people, and people think I'm not studying them. I watch what they say on different platforms and whatnot. People think I'm not listening. People think I'm not watching them and stuff like that, I know when people are fake and they're phony and they're putting me on. I'm not one of those ones that, oh yeah, Black unity, Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism, because I know a lot of people are fake. And they use Pan-Africanism and all stuff like that to get in your good grace and get in your consciousness. So therefore, they're trying to legitimize whatever nonsense it is. That's how the FBA grew. Look, let me tell you something, folks. Let me tell you something. Most FBA, and if you guys don't realize this, these are the people back in the days who didn't hang around Black people. They didn't like Black people. They didn't like Black girls. Some of them didn't like Black boys. And the bottom line is that's why it's so easy for them to hate Africa. And basically, these are the people who we used to call Oreos back in the days. These people basically, and they come around now, and they with this anti-African nonsense and whatnot, but they were always like that. Don't be fooled by this FBA. FBA is not pro-Black. They don't believe in Black unity. They don't believe in none of that. If I'm lying, show me an FBA rally. Show me an FBA building. Show me any place where you see FBA doing something constructive. These are people who use social media to troll us when I get in Black people's spaces and basically make it seem like they're pro-black. They sound a good game. Yeah, we need to come together. You know what I'm talking about. Be seeing these people online, and their enduring goal is Africans. They'll start saying stuff like, "Oh, Africans are taking this, they're taking that one," and then they'll say something like, "We indigenous." When you say that word indigenous, right? What that's telling me is you're one of those black people. We always knew that do not believe that they're African. There's a large numbers of black people in America who've been brainwashed from day one, who think that they're not African and they're not black, whatever like that, and they pretend like they're white. Most FBA people pretend in their mind they're white. But now the new thing is to pretend like you're Native American. These people have always existed in our community. Sometimes they basically came into our communities and put us on, right? For example, you have some people who rose to prominence in our community under black guys like Phil Valentine. These guys you will not get Phil Valentine and some of these other people that to actually admit that they're actually black. But yet they hang around black people, talk about black unity, and they don't even want to admit that they're fucking black. Now you understand where College Genesis is coming from tonight? We're burying tonight the sacred cow of black unity because we got to tear it down. We got to burn this cow of black unity and start all over again. And you know something? A lot of FBAs are pure black, but in their mind, they think they're mixed race. Majority of FBA people are black as the ace of spades, but they all think they look like Alicia Keys in their mind. They all think in their mind they think they're white. They won't walk past a mirror and look at the reality of what they really look like. And they talk a good game. Black unity. Oh, the Africans are taking out. We're foundational black Americans. We got to unify against the tethers and all stuff like that. It's all fake. So if I listen to rock music, whatever like that, so what? One thing I would never did was forget the hell who I was. That's the one thing. If I listen to rock, hip hop, I listen to a whole bunch of punk rock. I listened to a whole bunch of when I was coming a kid. But I was just a kid. And the bottom line, I never forgot who the hell I was. You'll never hear me denying my African roots, my ancestry. I knew who the hell I was. That's why I could listen to rock. I could listen to all the stuff like that. You know, because I knew who I was. That's the difference between me and everybody else, Rico Miller. I knew who the hell I was. So therefore, do not be fooled by people talking about black unity when it's all fake. It's all fake. If someone does not love their ancestry, their ancestral homeland, and know who they are and where they are and whatnot, they're fake. No matter what kind of front they try to put on, they're phony, they're fake. They got an ulterior motive. And some of these people, like they couldn't even wait. Like the lesbians and whatnot. I mean, it was Michael Brown wasn't even in the ground yet. And I seen this is where I first saw it, right? The queer people, queer folk people, they showed up at the Black Lives Matter rally and whatnot. They got media coverage. Media covered them. Next thing I seen the one guy doing a fucking twerk. I said, what the hell has this got to do with Black Lives Matter? The guy was fucking twerking. Y'all remember that? That's when the Michael Brown situation happened. Yeah, we like this. These guys were twerking. And then all of a sudden they were like, yeah, then they did their manifesto or whatnot, talk about we want to rewrite the black family and whatnot, get rid of the patriarchy and all this kind of nonsense. So they eased their way into a movement, and the media tried to act like they ignored that. The media, I can't understand what the media actually knew that. And the media was giving them all this coverage. Same Patrice Carlin and all these people that went out and had millions of dollar homes and whatnot. These were lesbians. They knew it. And the people, like I had a couple of friends of mine that were really with the Black Lives Matter. These were young brothers, right? They got no coverage whatsoever. They were out there doing that Black unity life. But the Patrice Cullors and all these other lesbians and whatnot, they're the ones that were getting interviewed with CNN and all stuff like that, be invited on panels and everything. Because they knew, I don't know if they knew it intentionally, but these people's attentions were not about Black power or Black unity. It was about pushing the LGBTQ agenda in the name of Black unity. Rico, you could love Africa and love it when not live there. I love Rico. I love New York. Do it means I gotta live there? No. I love California, but do I have to live there? No. I like to visit. That's a cop out. All you need to realize is, me personally, I know where my ancestors came from. That's it. And I'll never hate the land that my ancestors came from. That's all. Whether I ever visit Africa again the rest of my life, it doesn't matter. I'm at peace. I know where my ancestors came from, and I'm not going to deny that. Well, if you say your ancestors didn't come from Africa, man, then you're lying to yourself. And that's fine. If you basically deny your African ancestry, but what I'm trying to say is, I can't take people seriously when they start talking about Black unity. I don't believe it. Black unity and all that stuff like that, is not for everybody, I don't know what else to tell you. One point I'm trying to make tonight is that, we do not have to unify based on being Black. No more. Because there's way too many people out here, there's too many ideologies out here, but people doing their own thing, and they expect you to go along with their nonsense. Like what you call, Elvis. He's mad at me. He said, "Oh, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?" Didn't have look. The bottom line is this: we do not have to vote on what somebody says we ought to vote. Nobody sat down with me and said, "You know something, Colin, this is how you're going to benefit from this." I'm like this. Okay, you know something? The election came up. The issues were on the table. I had my issues on 2024, and that's the party I went with. That's it. But what about the unity? I don't believe in fucking Black unity. So don't tell me what I should have done. I saw Black people were all over the place. You were not going to get if the vote was about reparations, that was not even on the table, not even up for discussion. Kamala Mala, what the hell was she talking about? And I'm looking at all this one like, what the hell? I look at the other side like, I don't want to see open borders. I saw the way the country was spiraling, like it was spiraling out of control. I saw the crime on the streets and whatnot. I said, you know something? We need somebody that's going to clean this freaking country up. And so I went with Donald Trump. I said, I held my nose, said I went with Donald Trump. That's all. That's it. Now Elvis is like, oh, how dare you and not, I should have stood in solidarity with the black women, the black women who voted for Kamala. I don't believe in unity for the sake of fucking unity. So the bottom line is this: you were no obligation. Like I said, black people. It was Barack Obama. That was the highlight. We want to see Barack Obama president, right? Then we had 4 years of Donald Trump, right, which is basically MAGA, right? So black people say, something, we want tangibles. We want tangibles, right? And they came up with a high-brain scheme of reparations, even though that's completely outside the realm of the political possibility. That's not even how reparations is paid out. A government will have to force the United States to pay reparations, and then I don't think you can have reparations without and keep your citizenship too. So the bottom line is this: we were not serious about. We didn't have any political agenda in 2020 and 2024. There was no serious. Could somebody tell me a serious black agenda that black people rallied around? There wasn't. Since there was no serious black agenda. Now, I'll be honest with you, I voted for Barack Obama twice. It seemed to me, my people, it was very. Let me break it down to you like this. My people fell in love with Barack Obama, so I felt an obligation to go along with my people. In 2008, I was there voting. I went to his rally, and I said, something, this is what black people are feeling. And then it was my father. It was right before my father passed away. The fact that he got to see that before he died, black man in America, went through Jim Crow and all that. That was something. A lot of black women, older women, like, oh, seeing Michelle in the White House and whatnot, That's what a lot of all black people wanted. Some sort of validation that they're finally American, that a black family could be in that White House. That's what they wanted. What I'm not going to do is mock black people for that. So I said, okay, if that's where our people are, that's where I'm at. I wasn't expecting anything from Barack Obama. I wasn't. I knew he couldn't do anything for black America. I knew it. I knew what he was up against with the economy and all stuff like that. It's the stuff that was going on at the time. I knew he couldn't get to black people or whatever like that. I knew that. He had his hands full. But I knew that black people would just, wanted to see. And I used to battle people right there back at the time. That was the funnest time in the freaking world because I was just on Blog Talk Radio. And I used to defend Barack Obama all the time. I used to go at it back and forth with these different people. Barack Obama, man, how he ain't did nothing for black. I'd say he been in office for fucking 10 days. And you got black people talking about, I want some money. I want something for my vote or not, Rico, man, that's not, look, Barack Obama was a man. He had a wife, kids, or not, I don't know. When he ran, he said he believed marriage between a man and a woman. I took him at his word. His second term, I was disappointed because he was all about the LGBTQ bullshit, whatever like that. It is what it is. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt in 2008, and I went for him. So did most Black America. That's all. What happened after that? After the 8 years, Black people feel disappointed, whatever like that. Now, what is there left? You ain't damn sure ain't getting nothing from Donald Trump. You're damn sure, and then Joe Biden comes in. Joe Biden gave you a Juneteenth holiday. You jumped up and down. He gave you a Juneteenth holiday. Now, what you call it? You got Donald Trump again, and there's nothing. Barack Obama got elected because he was the last president pre-Twitter, pre-Facebook, and all stuff like that. That's how he got elected. I don't think Barack Obama could have got elected the first time if we had Twitter, TikTok, and all these social media platforms. I don't think he could have got elected. Because almost everything you've seen about him was positive. And that's because we didn't have social media back then. Social media came about during Barack Obama's first term. But that was the last time we unified, Barack Obama, the election of Barack Hussein Obama, was the last time Black America unified over something. Will we ever unify again? I seriously doubt it. The only thing that could ever unify Black people again is and people won't like when I say this, right? Is when Black people decide that they want a nation of their own. Only a Black nationalist movement, right? A repatriation, building a nation in Africa. That's the only thing that could unite Black America again on a large scale. If Black people don't want that, then what you see right now is the way it's going to be, a quagmire. That's the only thing left. Nationhood is the only thing left in Black America. You can forget reparations. You can forget electing another Black president, The only thing left is nationhood. If Black people say, something, we don't want a nation of our own, so be it. That's the next stage. That's the end stage of Black America. It's the answer to a riddle. You know what a conundrum is, folks? Conundrum is a freaking series of riddles. What do people do when they freaking feel like they oppressed by? Look what's going on in America right now. You got 10 people killed in the last month, found hung in the last month, right? The racism in this country is getting unbearable. And so you ask yourself this question. It's a riddle. How do you solve these problems, that's not going anyplace? It don't seem like it's letting up, whatever. Maybe it's time for Black people to have a country and a land of their own. That's the answer to a riddle. That's a riddle, a conundrum. But people want to say, riddle me this. Even before you have a nation of your own, shouldn't we have territory that we're putting our billions of dollars in? We could send our sons and daughters, our strongest people, to build. It's all psychological. You don't understand something. Having a nation don't mean you have to go there. Most people won't go there. It's like most Jews will never go to Israel, will never live in Israel. But that psychological thing, knowing that you have something else besides America. That's the last thing Black America. That's the last word I'm looking for. That's the last conundrum in the riddle of what Black in America is. The, the idea of having a land of your own. That's the last thing. The end to captivity. People always say, well, nation means we all got to leave. No, I'm not asking anybody to leave. You probably will never leave this country. Most of you, 90% of you are going to stay right the hell here. But the idea that our best and brightest and everybody else who could use jobs and infrastructure and building, our strongest and our brightest, might go someplace and start building and colonizing something for us, same way America was built, you know? Not everybody poured out of Europe. Those people colonized this continent. They say go west. The manifest destiny. Where's the Black man in America's manifest destiny? That's the last thing. You understand where I'm coming from, folks? If we don't have that, then we're just dead. We put a Black man in the White House. We prove that we're Americans. Okay. Now, we got to go for the ultimate, the end game. Now it's time for us to become a people. I'm the only one on the internet that talks like this. Everybody else is scared to talk like this. Everybody else is terrified to talk like this. All my friggin' detractors and my critics and everybody, nobody is going to talk to you like this and tell you like it is. There's nothing else. There's nothing left in America but headache, death, destruction, division, strife, everything. Everything you see in Black America is falling apart. Our relationship with Black women, everything is falling apart. There is nothing left. What's it? Manifest destiny is means where are we going? Where are we going as a people? Everybody else has a manifest destiny. You know, take this called taking the ball and taking your destiny into your own hands. Right now, our destiny is in the hands of the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the MAGA, all the other people like that. When are we going to pick the destiny of our own in our own hands? That's the only way you're going to have real unity. When we all collectively decide that we're going to take our destiny into our hands and go for it. And that's going to take some courage. I know it's not going to be easy. Well, you got people like 1776 running around. I love the American flag. 1776. He's still on the white man's manifest destiny, you know. He's talking about the white man's Declaration of Independence and the white man's rule. At some point in time, we have to let America go. People are like, oh, Kala, you're starting to scare me, Kala. Yeah, I know. Part of my FTA means foot to ass, means scaring you. At some point in time, you have to let America go. No, I don't. I don't want to be a Burkina Bay because that's somebody else's fucking territory. That's not my territory. That's not my territory. Those are not my people. I want to be DK. I want to be with my own people. I'm wherever my people are. When my people were sitting there saying they want to see a Barack Obama in office or not, I was there with my people. That's when you, even I was like, yeah. I said, if this means much to black people, I saw the look in their face and they wanted this man in office so bad and whatnot. I was there with my people. That's called love. You got to be with your people. My people come first. Much as I love Liberia, they're still not my people. I don't know if Jesse Jackson was freaking those tears were real. I remember that. I never thought those tears were real. You know, I think Jesse Jackson. I mean, I like Jesse when but sometimes I think Jesse was crying because he wanted to be up there. No, Jesse Jackson was saying some slick shit about Obama, him and Tavis Smiley, before the election. You know, they were rooting against him. You know. Jesse Jackson was talking about cutting Obama's nuts off. You know, that's a week before that. But that night, you know, I was basically that. I'd never forget that night as long as I live. Right when California. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play some of it. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna play back what I saw that night. California when California and them came in, and I was like, oh man, my everybody, the whole world exploded when it said Barack Obama won. Everybody was on Grant Park, whatnot, filling Grant Park up there. That was just an exciting time period. Obama wins 2008. Let's see if we can find that, election results. Here we go.
Go to Campbell and John because they're looking closely at this very important balance of power in Congress.
And we have more toys to share, I think. Obi-Wan, let's take a look. What better, if it works, here, John.
Hi, Campbell.
What better visual do we have to talk about balance of power than we have our virtual capital, maybe?
We're going to bring the virtual capital in? No. See, you have to trust me.
You have to snap your fingers.
Sorry, these come over here. We're going to try to take a closer look at the balance of power. And as we do so, Campbell looks a little lonely at that table. So let's see what we can do to help her out there. Look at that.
Very
That's what we call the
impressive.
Capitol right there.
Very impressive.
And the big fight, of course, as Wolf just outlined, going through those battleground Senate races, is the battle for the Senate. So let's give you a little board up there where you can see the fight for the Senate right now. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take these races here, and we see what's on the board. If it's filled in the middle, that means we have called it. You look at those states up there where you see white in the middle of the tiles. Those are your key races. And Wolf was just talking about one of them. It looks like Georgia incumbent Saxby Chambliss right now is running in the lead. The key question there, can he get over 50%? We'll continue to watch the results there. Otherwise, there is a runoff. That is one of the races the Democrats had hoped Campbell to win if they can get to 60, but we'll keep watching that one. Saxby Chambliss in the lead at the moment. A critical race that we have to wait a while to see. The Alaska Senator Ted Stevens, he is the longest serving Republican in the United States Senate, convicted just last week of 7 corruption charges. The Democrats believe the Anchorage mayor will win this race, but a long way to go before we're counting the votes in Alaska. So we'll wait on that one. Here is what Wolf was just talking about. Democrat Mary Landrieu is the vulnerable Democrat, the only vulnerable Democratic incumbent. We're watching the vote count in Louisiana.
With less of an impact on the environment.
How was this night for you?
Whoever is the president executes the things that they've promised since they've been.
Your lighthouse to your house.
This ain't the one. I want to see the one where he won. Yeah, at the Pandemonium Hill up. What the heck out, man, he doing? It's like a 2-minute thing. Okay, I think this is the one.
Virginia. It hasn't gone Republican in some 44 years, since 1964. That was the last time Virginia went for a Democratic presidential candidate. It was for LBJ back in 1964. But now Virginia and its electoral votes, we project, will go for Barack Obama. We're only a few seconds away from the top of the hour when these states will be closing. And there are some big ones, especially California, the largest state in the United States with 55 electoral votes. Hawaii, that's where Barack Obama was born. It will be closing its polls. Idaho, Oregon, and Washington states, both of those states have been going Democratic in presidential contests in recent years. So in a few seconds, those states will be closing their polls, and presumably we'll be able to see what's going on and make perhaps a major projection at that point. This is a moment that a lot of people have been waiting for. This is a moment that potentially could be rather historic. And CNN can now project that Barack Obama, 47 years old, will become the president-elect of the United States. We project he now has enough electoral votes, more than 270, more than enough to become the 44th president of the United States. This little-known U.S. senator only a few years ago.
Remember that night, bro? That night was pandemonium.
Delivering the Democratic Convention keynote address back at the convention in 2004, all of a sudden taking off, becoming a United States senator from Illinois, and now he will be the first African-American president of the United States. This is a moment so many people have been waiting for, and they're really excited, especially in Chicago. Let's listen in for a moment.
Folks, that night right there, I tell you what, if you weren't feeling that night, you were not human. That was some night, bro. I'll never forget that as long as I live, bro. I went out, and the late edition of the newspaper came out. I still got those editions. I brought out and bought like 10 copies of the newspaper, the early edition. Never forget that. 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up there. 5 o'clock in the morning, went to the store. I just bought like 7 or 8 copies, I don't think so. Afro theory. I think Barack Obama did. He was a good president. He was a good president. That was really on the agenda at the time, We didn't really have a black agenda, you know what I'm saying? So we can't. I want people to understand something. Black America as itself, right? Like I said, we have no manifest destiny. Other people got a plan. Black America, there's no plan. Our generation, my generation, we didn't build on the civil rights movement. So we were mostly hipping, hopping, and doing all stuff like this. And Barack Obama came along, and then black people suddenly get into politics again. And there was no political agenda in Black America. Links in the chat room, folks. You want to call in? Barack Obama, that night was just really exciting. We were just like, most black people didn't care about his agenda or what we were going to get out of it. All we saw was somebody looked like us got to the highest office in the land, That's all we cared about. And we were proud. What's up, Focus Dave? Barack Obama was definitely a role model. And like I said, that time period was really poignant in our history. I tell people all the time, man. So, but my people, black people, look, let me tell you something. If 99% of your people feel a certain way, you can't be that one person and say, no, and you're nothing but a traitor. I went along with my people. I knew my people were feeling Barack Obama, and so I went along with it. I was not going to get in the way of their joy. I was not going to get in that way of that joy of seeing that black family in the White House. That's what black people wanted. Nothing else. They weren't asking for no money or like that. They just wanted to see that black family in the White House that did something to our people, People that have been beaten down from slavery and everything like that to triumph like that and be the highest office in the land said that finally we felt like we were Americans. If you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. But that night, the first time in my life I felt like I was an American. A proud American. I've winged since then, the way this country treated that man, But I felt that we needed that break in life. We need to see some sort of victory. We needed that. We needed that break, that psychological break. Now, did it solve all problems? No, because black people got so many damn problems with that. But for the most part, our people psychologically needed that. So step right up, step right up. You got add to the discussion. But that was probably the last time Black America is unified. That was the last time. Will we be unified ever again? I don't know. The only unity I could think of is nationhood. Dark Migo, what's going on, brother? Dark Migo, you there?
Yo, Kyle, you can hear me?
I can hear you now.
I can't hear you. I'm gonna come back. Yeah, that was basically the last time we could talk about Black unity because we came and unified. We 90%, 99% voted for Barack Obama with a friggin' 70% voter turnout. That's record. Usually black voter turnout's no more than 40%. So there was definitely a strong push, to get Barack Obama elected. And I was proud that night. We're talking about Howard Taylor in Liberia. She's a crook. That lady's a crook, And you know something about Liberia? George Weah running his mouth. He was set to come back to Liberia, but he changed his plans. He says, "Oh, I'm feeling sick, so I can't come back." His boss gonna get arrested too. That's why they're keeping a lid on it. They got evidence on. I bet you ain't my money. They got evidence on George Weah too. These people ran the country like their little farm. They do whatever they want to do, but they don't understand. These indictments that you see in Liberia are not just the Liberian government. The U.S. government is behind this. The U.S. government, Interpol, and these people are watching what goes on in Liberia. These people thought they were doing this stuff like that, but the United States, if you go to Liberia, look at the embassy, there's nothing that really goes on in that country where the United States do not know. So how they thought they could be doing this stuff, definitely they keep records. She was meeting with some of the Ukrainian and all these other people like that. And so the bottom line, they got her. Go ahead, Dark Migo. What's going on, Kyle? You can hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, how are you, man? How's everything going?
Doing good, doing good.
All right, that's good, man. Glad you enjoyed your sister's birthday and
Oh
everything.
yeah,
How
man,
was
we had a
that?
blast last night. Oh my God, we had so much fun.
What y'all was
Anything for my
eating?
sister, even though me, my brother-in-law, my brother, we footed the bill for it, but anything for my sister, man. What would I be without her? You know?
Yep, yeah, man. Family helps out a lot, man. Glad you got a good family and everything, you
Oh
know?
yeah,
A lot
man.
of black
Without my
people can't
family, I don't
say
know what
that.
the hell I would do, man.
Yep.
I'm grateful. I'm blessed. Yeah, but like I was saying, tonight I said the last unity we had in Black America was the election of Barack Obama. That was the last time we had.
Yeah, I see you say that. That's actually really true, bro, because I remember like I was like really young during that time, but I do remember like everybody black like ran outside and like started screaming when he won. So I was like, yeah, like that was like
Yeah,
the
that was the one
last
thing that
time.
unified. It picked our spirits up, you know.
Yeah,
And the bottom line, I'm not going to be great. That's why I hate when some black people talk about Obama this, Obama that. So look, that's not even about all that. It was the
yeah.
fact of the matter as psychologically, our people needed to see that.
Yeah, like I said it in the chat, like, it was for the elders to be at peace, so they could die in peace. But
Yeah,
I
a lot
seen
of
it
it. My
and I'm
father died
good.
right after that, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. A lot of people did. Yeah, my grandpa did too. He seen it, he's like, all right, I'm out.
Yeah, so it's like
Like,
so it meant a lot seeing a
yeah.
black man in the White House, you know, or a black man in the White House for 8 years, even though, I wasn't expecting anything. You got black people, oh, he didn't do nothing. So he wasn't supposed to do nothing. He got in the White House. That was the main thing.
Yeah.
That's what we wanted. That showed that we are, that proved at the time that we are Americans, that, this country, came a long ways and whatnot, so that's, black people start start believing in this country again,
Yeah.
so that's what I would try to tell people all the time. But now, there's nothing left. We had MAGA. Black people didn't come out. I was like, what the heck? You had 4 years of Trump. And then you had Biden. What did Biden do? Come on. Juneteenth. Come on, And this last election, there was absolutely nothing. There was nothing to unify around. There was nothing to unify around this last election.
Yeah, I'm like, did we even get offered anything this
Yeah,
election? I don't know.
well, usually, you come with your own agenda. Like, okay, this is what we want to see. There was absolutely nothing on the table that we could say, something. Let's unify around, because a lot of the stuff people didn't. A lot of black people said, look, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Roland Martin says, or Amanda Bynes. What's her name? Amanda Bynes, whatever her name is. Sandra. What's that? The heavy chick, Sandra, whatever her name is.
I'm
What I'm
not
talking
even
about, right?
sure.
That'd be on MSNBC and whatnot.
Simone Sanders.
Simone, whatever the hell her name is. So the bottom line, we look at these people like they don't speak for me. They don't have my values. These people are sitting there eating, sipping latte and whatnot, and they're with a bunch of white liberals and whatnot, and black people feel completely estranged for the political process. And I don't have nothing in common with these people. So black people just say, look, man, screw it. I'm staying home, Go ahead, Elvis.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Obama, people get it misunderstood. The demographic in this country, white people make up about 70% of registered voters in this country. Black people make up about 7% of registered voters. So why Obama got the bulk, like 92% of the black vote, the black vote alone would have amounted to about 18% of the entire, voting
Yeah,
population
but
in
certain states
2008.
like Virginia, the black vote carried Obama over in Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, and East Maryland. These states
What's
like
the
that.
what's the what's the voting share of the black voting demographic in Virginia?
It's high.
It's not that high.
It's high.
It's not that high.
You know how many black people. I'll tell you. Let me tell you. Let me see.
You do things by eye. You don't do it by statistic and numbers.
Okay, I'll look it up. Look it up.
Look it up.
I'll look it up. Say black population, Virginia. Then I'm gonna do voting population. Black population in Virginia. Virginia. Black population is like 20% of the population in Virginia. Okay, let's see. Let's go back. Voting population, Jay. Black voting population. Black voting population in Virginia. Virginia blacks are 20% of the total population. I think so. Say about 20% of the vote. 20% of the vote. You know, and also black people in Virginia, they do have a heavy turnout. And that's one thing I think about Virginia. They do got a heavy turnout. I was election official before, 3 times. Black people do got a heavy turnout, as far as like I think, and you got a lot of black poll workers, election officials, so they're very involved in the politics in the state, So,
yeah, but in any election, winning all the black votes in the state and now winning the majority of the other votes, you lose that election.
No, it doesn't matter. But the thing is, the thing is, there was enough white votes in Barack Obama's column.
Okay, then say that.
Yeah,
because had he won 100% of all black votes and they didn't get at least 60% of white votes, you would have lost.
Tom Kern, whoever you are, you got to turn your camera on. You got to turn your camera on. You want to be up here, you got to turn your camera on. So we see who you are. You can't come up. But yeah, but bottom line is, whether it was like he's still, like I said, there was enough white people who say, hey, look,
there was more white people by magnitudes.
Yeah,
that voted for Obama.
Same white people eventually voted for Donald Trump. It's like
but they voted for him twice. He outran his term, so he won both elections.
Barack Obama, as I recall, what made him got him elected was this freaking people was so sick and tired of George W. Bush in that Iraq war. And
the country was in a recession.
Yeah, and that's not even that. There's the fact of the matter is that Iraq war and the way he sort of like went about it and the bailout he did and stuff like that in that Iraq war. What really pissed people off was that Iraq war. That Iraq war, that's what made a lot of people angry. Even people who vote Republican were like, the way he's handling it, like so nonchalantly and whatnot. And so Barack Obama comes along and talk about, and be honest with you, right? To be honest with you, I was at his rally, Barack Obama's rally in Virginia Beach. He said he was going to get to the bottom of Halliburton and Hussein. He never did that,
Okay. So what did Trump promise you in his second term now, from the first one to the second one, that you've gotten from Trump?
Well, I told you, Title IX.
Okay.
Right? You see what's going on, Elvis, in the WNBA?
What's going on there, Carla?
Okay.
You watch the WNBA, Carla?
Oh, yeah, sure. I watch the WNBA.
Okay, yeah.
WNBA. It's pretty cool, man. You
literally said you don't watch sports. But now you watch the WNBA.
My point I'm trying to make is this. They're trying to push transgenders in the WNBA. It's just now as a sport becoming respect. Because a lot of our friends, we didn't like a year ago, we didn't like WNBA. Now we're looking like, okay, man, these females can play.
So who's the transgender that's playing in there?
I don't know. They're trying to force this in the league.
That's not true. Let me just tell you something, Carla.
All right. Before you start speaking, let's pull up the article. All All right, then we could go on that. Not your little Elvis facts and whatnot. You know.
I mean, color.
Look at it. Hold up. Transgender. WNBA. All right. Now, what's going on right now is it says WNBA has no idea what they're about to face. It says in his current feed talks about how he's holding a WNBA accountable in regard to its transgender policy. So basically, it's like this. It says, okay, just recently today, transgender activists erupted outside of a WNBA game. See, Elvis, when you omit stuff, I find them,
What are you talking about? You didn't even let me speak. What do you mean I omit anything? I didn't even speak on the issue. You told me to be quiet so you can research it.
Go ahead. But you try
All
to
right. The point I was going to make, and you didn't even get there. I thought you was going to get there. There's a guy called Royce White. I know Royce White personally. He went to the same school I did. He was a basketball star. He lived like maybe 13, 15 minutes from where I live right now. I have friends who knew him personally, play basketball with him. He's like a troll. He's a Republican. He suffered from anxiety. He went to a school called Hopkins. He was a basketball star, at a school called Hopkins. It's like a couple of cities from where I live.
But John Hopkins?
No, Hopkins is a city here in Minnesota. So he played high school for that, high school basketball for that city, for that high school, Hopkins. And we had a guy that went to my school called Rodney Williams. He played for Cooper. So they were kind of rivals. So we seen Royce play. He played pickup games with some of my friends and so forth. So I know Royce White. He was one of the people that was making news. He ran for the Senate here in Minnesota. He got, he got like 5% of the vote or something. So he and Enes Kanter, who are both former NBA players, Royce got, drafted to the Houston Rockets, but he couldn't play because he had anxiety about flying. So he couldn't travel. He couldn't stand being on an airplane. So he had to leave the league. But he's just a troll. He thinks he's like an Officer Tatum kind of guy. But he's from right here in Minnesota. He's been running for office. He came closer last time around, but he really got very low votes. I think he got like 44,000 votes this time around running for the Senate. So those two guys were the ones who brought up this whole nonsense about the NBA transgender, that they, being former NBA players, are going to apply to play in the NBA saying that they're transgender. So they gain a lot of steam. And that's why I was trying to point your attention to, Kyler, before you.
No, I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about completely something else. There's actually people who are trying to integrate the WNBA. Look, the bottom line is this. If it was a regular NBA and a woman wants to transition to a man, good luck her playing in the NBA. She get trounced. But when you talk about a man transitioning to a woman, that's an unfair advantage. I don't think men should be in females could go do men's sports. Good luck to them. They're strong enough, whatever. They want to do that, fine. They want to transition, put hormones on, fine. But a man, like this one girl who was doing the UFC, she cracked a woman's skull. She was a man and fighting. I don't think that's right.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
You've seen that, right? And so the bottom line is this. Hold on. When you vote, Elvis, in this country, in this civilization, right? You vote on your values. What do you say? Sometimes
you vote on the policies, Colin.
No, I vote on my values. I don't give a fuck about the policies.
Exactly. So there you go, guys. People who are listening to Colin, you don't care about the policies.
If you basically go out there and when you get ready to go to vote and everything, if something does not fit your values, you say, "Hey, look, that's not what I believe in."
Colin, do you know there's a Republican congressman who made his grandson suck his dick, and he just got arrested for it?
Elvis, you're missing the friggin' point.
No, you're talking about values. I'm just telling you that's some of the values in the party that you voted for.
My values. I don't give a damn.
So that does that align with your values, Colin?
Look, I don't give a damn. Am I voting? Did he vote run in my area? Do I know who he is?
No, you talking about a national election?
No,
What are you talking about?
No.
This is not a local election. You voting for Trump is a national election.
See where you go with this? That has nothing to do with. I vote when I go to the ballot, right?
Yeah, that's crazy accusation, Elvis.
I'm voting
Research it, Doug Migo. Colin look up article. Look up that article where a Republican congressman made his grandson give him head. Okay. But that's the part of your family values, right, Colin?
Hold up, that's not my area. So what
No.
the hell I care about Democrat or Republican, whatever like that? I'm not voting on that. You know,
You brought up the WNBA. Is it happening in your area, Colin? Are they bringing transgender in Virginia? Do your state have a basketball team, Colin?
Like this. Hold up. It's like since you asked, right? It's not even about the WNBA. It's all kinds of things like women's sports, right?
Okay. Now he's
It has
moving
nothing
the
to
goalpost.
do with just the WNBA. That's just a start. But it's all kinds of like women's sport. I don't think men should be in women's sport. That's my values. You know? Whether it cuts across, and then not only that, the fact that we got to have the federal government involved, and that's what angers me. Why we got to have the federal? They should be common sense. You don't play in women's sports, right? The fact that it has to go to this point where you got to have the government involved in it, right? And then the government saying, you know something, we don't know what to do, what not, you know. So therefore, they look at the public opinion. Right? Public opinion translates into, okay, this candidate running for office says he's going to get rid of this candidate like this. And then you vote for the candidate that says, you know something, you know, since you asked, now if it wasn't on the ballot, if you guys don't want to do it, just do it anyway, I will accept it. But since you asked me as Joe Public what I think about it, right? And the person running for office saying, if I do get an office, I'll get rid of it. Guess what? I'm going to vote on it. But if somebody says, you know something, this is etched in stone, men are going to play in women's sports, they're going to transition and whatnot, you can't do nothing about it, I would just accept it. But since you asked, and we live in a democratic society, you understand, Elvis? Since you asked, and it's on a ballot and everything, and the person running for office could do something about it, I'm going to vote that way.
So that was your most important issue during this last election, right?
It was just one of them. It was just one of them, you know.
What's the other one?
I wanted, look, I was sitting there watching Dark Migo. Would you watch it every day where people just flooding across the border?
Yeah, I see it. It was a lot. It was people of all races.
So what are we supposed to do? You know, people flooding across the border in the United States. I'm a United States citizen. And when I got people come here who don't belong here, flooding across the border, bringing diseases and some everything. We're supposed to sit back there, yeah, you know.
Okay, those are your two main issues, huh?
That, and a couple other things and whatnot. But the bottom line is this: so since those issues were on the table, you know, transgender, whatnot, Title IX of the Affordable Care Act, and open borders and whatnot, and a couple other things and whatnot, that's where my vote went. Simple as that.
What a ridiculous person you are.
Wasn't ridiculous. That was
that's valid.
That was my freaking vote.
It's ridiculous.
You know? You can't tell somebody that's ridiculous. That's what.
Dr. Migo, you're a young man. Do you know anybody that, I don't know if you're still in high school, you left high school. Do you know any high school in your areas where girls were playing on the basketball team of the boys and vice versa or anything like that?
No.
Nah, but you know, I heard of that before, you know.
Okay.
I guess.
We always hear about it.
So bottom line,
99% of people. No, I know you may have heard about it, but 99% of people never see that.
Hold up,
they never see it. None of their kids have transgender playing on their school teams or their sports team. It doesn't happen.
Elvis,
it's really a non-issue.
Elvis, the bottom line is this: you think it's okay? I don't.
No, what I'm telling you is it's a non-issue. It's nothing that is happening on any kind of a measurable level that affects your life negatively. It just doesn't happen.
Okay, let me ask you a question, right? A man goes inside a woman's locker, right, with his penis out when that self-identifying as a woman. Is that a non-issue?
When does that happen, Colin?
All right, let's look it up. Elvis, I'm sick and tired of you coming up here playing stupid.
Come on, you know that happens, man.
No, I want to see it. Let's see how many times it's happened.
I'm gonna play for you right now.
Colin. And then show us how many times a straight man go and rape a woman.
Let me mute you for a second so you shut the hell up while I'm freaking getting this thing. I'll let you back on in a minute. I'm sick of this guy lying and whatnot. He knows what the hell I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? We could like do this easy, you know? Okay. Man walks into a gym, Gold's Gym with penis, you know. Male
Yeah, that happens a lot. Like they always go to the
walks
girls' bathroom.
or walks in the yeah, they do it all the time. There was just recently it happened again. Walks into Gold's Gym. Women's locker. Women's locker.
Oh yeah, that looks crazy.
My family has farmed for 4 generations.
So let's say show Elvis what the hell the real world is. That's real men that stand up to this shit, you know?
There are girls naked in there. Look at them walking in there like it's okay. It's not okay.
A popular singer-songwriter claims she was booted from a Gold's Gym in Los Angeles after getting into a heated, caught-on-camera confrontation with a transgender woman she had filed complaints against for using the women's locker room. The controversy exploded when Tish Hyman posted video of a brief shouting match with the transgender gym goer, who was dressed in all black.
Guess what Elvis did? He dropped off. See what I'm talking about, Dark Migo? So tell you what a fucking coward he is.
Yeah.
He dropped off, you know, to come up here with this bullshit. Forget who the hell thing. No, I'm not FBA, bro. Denzel, whatever you are. I'm not a fucking FBA. I hate that shit, you know. But Elvis dropped off because he knows I'm telling the truth. When not, you know, this bullshit. This is what Elvis supports, you know. A man going into a freaking woman, so therefore this madness, I want stopped. You know, I want stopped. I don't support this shit. You know, we're supposed to sit back and be like, oh, let these freaks and weirdos take over the society. You know what I'm saying, Dark Migo?
Nah, I understand you. Yeah, anyone with access to the internet knows this stuff happens very frequently.
Well, Elvis tries to act like he's stupid and whatnot, like he don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I know. But he a Democrat, so he gotta,
I know. See, that's what I'm saying. He wants us to. Oh, we all Democrat. Get the fuck out of here! I'm not unifying with this shit.
Yeah, open borders is like a serious issue. You know, like you could see it. You know, well, you in Virginia, so you don't really have too many.
Oh, you know, we got a lot of illegals here, Chucks. There are a lot of them here in North Carolina. And you know what? You know what the problem with the illegals is? We have a thing. I work food pantries, right? We give out extra food to people. They're freaking using the food pantries, right? It's supposed to be for people who are hungry, as their shopping destination. They go in there loading up and everything like that, just going there to different pantries and whatnot and taking advantage of the system.
Yeah. And also too, like, I know you're in insurance. Like, do you know they also drive up like the car insurance also?
Yeah,
because,
they
a
drive
lot
up
of
car
them
insurance rates because a lot of them don't have insurance on their vehicles and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they get into accidents with a lot of people with insurance. Yeah, like they mess up a lot of
there's a lot going on, you know.
Yeah,
people
it's a lot.
get hit
Yeah.
by cars and whatnot, especially in New York. I would not drive in New York. There's so many illegals.
Colin, listen, man. I'm in Jersey, and I be having friends tell me go to New York. I'm like, nah, I can't drive there. So I definitely understand you.
New York is really bad. New York
is really bad. Yeah.
There's illegals driving with no insurance, no nothing. When Elvis think we're supposed to just yeah, everything's okay. No, get the fuck out of here. You know. So as much as I really don't like MAGA, I don't like Trump. What was the choice?
Exactly. What was the choice? Yeah, like it's like
what was the damn choice? This country's going freaking insane, you know. What you go? Afro there said many people come to the U.S. bring their guys standard of living, lower hours. Yeah, they want to lower our standard of living, lower stuff like that. Like they talk about Elvis about eating bush meat and all this kind of bullshit and whatnot. They would still do. We cannot lose. Look, we cannot lose our standard of living and our way of life, man. You know?
Yeah, we can't.
We cannot lose that shit, you know? We can't let these people come here and fucking lower our shit, you know?
Yeah, that's why, like I heard before you said, you kind of understand the FBA sometimes, because of the, stuff these immigrants be trying to pull.
Hey, yeah, the bottom, they don't want to assimilate. That's what the thing is. They
Yeah.
don't want to assimilate.
You
Elvis,
know,
see
I
the
just
thing-
went and looked it up, Colin. It says
Hold on,
there's no
everybody-
correlation to
everybody-
that.
Accessorized with a pair
What
of
do
you mean no
dangling
correlation?
No, now he knows how to be a man, right? Now he knows how to be a man. Stay out of the women's locker room.
Well, did he rape her, Colin?
Membership revoked with that.
Did he sexually assault any of those women?
He assaulted me. The girl told already.
Oh, yeah.
You can't get rid of me for this. I'm a woman and I have every right to not want a man in the restroom when I'm naked. There are girls naked in there. Look at them walking in there like it's okay. It's not okay.
In her Instagram post, Hyman alleged to her 250,000 followers that she and other women at the gym filed, quote, written
I got a
reports on
link.
this
Let me post
man
that
for
one.
coming into our women's locker room, harassing us. Hyman was escorted to the front of the gym moments later, where she claims that her membership was revoked. In a video filmed by a passerby, Hyman could be seen reaming out the gym staff shortly before she was booted from the facility.
Men, grown men with big dicks in the women's locker room. And that's why I'm getting kicked out. And I want to make sure the girls know. Everybody saw that man in the locker room. No one's saying shit. Me naked in front of a man without my permission. But I'm the one who gets kicked out the gym, y'all.
The viral interaction wasn't the first between the pair. Hyman had previously filmed a separate confrontation with the same person in the locker room. In Hyman's post, which had the audio removed, she wrote that she had confronted other trans women in the gym's locker room on 4 separate occasions, but was met each time with, quote, anger, disrespect, and total disregard. She also wrote that there was a young woman present in the bathroom at the time of the interaction, who she claims froze up, quote, completely traumatized, and later thanked her for being there with her. The transgender woman at the center of all the drama has since been identified by TMZ as Alexis Black, who broke her silence about the viral confrontation to the outlet. In an interview with TMZ Live on Tuesday, Black insisted she is entitled to use the female facilities and wouldn't be comfortable in a trans-only locker room. You're not going to put a trans woman with a trans man just because we're trans, she said. That seems like a whole new envelope of discrimination. Black told the outlet that she is currently in the lengthy process of transitioning and still has male genitalia. However, she claimed that she is registered as a female on her driver's license, changed her name, and has been taking hormones since February, which she says she expressed to Hyman. She also went on to assert that she was registered as a female with the gym. She says the gym is assessing her own membership as a result of the controversy. Initially, they said we were in the same boat. They phoned me and
I can't listen to more of this shit, you know?
Yeah,
I really can't. This is freaking insanity. Fucking insane.
Right, you said I'm a female on the driver's license.
Yeah. Let me give you a personal thing, right? Perhaps Dr. Migo and yourself and others listening. I know women in my personal life, cousins or others, who have been raped, right? All the men that raped them were straight men. They were either family members
What's that got to do
or
with it?
ex-boyfriends. I'm telling you that your women are more likely by magnitudes to be raped by a straight man than a guy pretending to be gay
Nobody wants to normalize transgender
or pretending to
men
be trans.
and what you call. We don't give a damn if they rape it or not. You don't belong in a female's bathroom.
And that may be fine. That's your problem, but don't you correlate it to sexual assault. And I just posted an article that shows that it doesn't correlate.
Oh, the fact that this is the way we do in this civilization. A young girl, her body is sacred. A man should not look at her a certain way, objectify a certain way, and you give a woman her space. You respect the woman's
How
body.
many women have told you that they went into their bathroom and a man was using the bathroom? Colin?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The fact that
So what's the point you're making if it's not an issue?
The fact of the matter is, I don't believe you're sitting here trying to defend this shit. You know.
I'm not defending anything. I'm just telling you it's a non-issue.
Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, how you doing, Colin Johnson, man?
I'm
Good
good.
evening, man. How y'all doing, man?
What's good, bro?
Man. Obama was good, man. It was all right, man. We needed
Hey,
black.
that when look, I ain't taking nothing away from.
We couldn't have John McCain get in there It would have been riots if John McCain would have won. Black people.
Oh yeah, it'd have
To
been
be
bad.
honest with you, I like John McCain. He's a good guy.
Of course, Carter like John McCain.
But what you call it?
He's a war veteran.
Was Sarah Palin.
John McCain, he's a war hero. He's a war hero.
Only thing I didn't like about John McCain was Sarah Palin. That was the only thing. I couldn't stand that chick, you know. She was annoying, you know. That's the only thing I didn't like about John McCain. He picks
But George Bush, they had to put Obama had to win, man. George Bush messed up the white man image, man.
Yeah, George W. Bush is how Barack Obama got elected. George W. Bush.
George Bush had what? 3 recessions under him? 3 recessions.
Not only that, not only that, that surge didn't work. Remember the surge? Remember that?
And the Katrina thing too, that messed him up.
Katrina, look. Yeah, see? Katrina, 9/11. It was just too much.
Well, he didn't give a damn.
George Bush had his 8 years. You know, he served both terms, so he didn't have anything to lose.
Well, the bottom line is legacy. And Barack Obama, and one thing I didn't like about Barack Obama, he was supposed to go after Cheney and Bush, you know.
Oh, you know that wasn't going to happen.
For what, Colin?
I was waiting for that shit, man.
For what?
It had to happen too, College.
The Congress approved that they used the War Power Act to declare war on Afghanistan and Iraq. It was legal, 100%, like what Trump did. Congress approved that war, that declaration of war.
Bechtel and Halliburton contracts. That was not in the no bid contracts and whatnot.
All the insider trading that was going on. Come on.
Well, so what's going on?
Oh no.
What's going on right now? It's worse, 10 times worse than what went on during Bush's time.
No, the Middle East is stabilized somewhat. Hustle the smart. Go ahead, bro.
You know, shout out to everybody on the platform, man. Everybody listening, and you know, it's this thing about the whataboutism that we always do, and at the end of the day, black people with the Obama thing, it was a hype thing. I guess I'm just from the gutter, Dave. I didn't believe in Obama. You get what I'm saying? At all. None of that shit.
Let me say
because I saw.
I didn't believe in him either.
We didn't believe in him either.
The point. I just wanted to say something real quick. The point.
No, go ahead, Dave. Dave, I always vouch for you to talk.
No. He brought a good image and perception to the black man in America that you could
I saw
to the highest
people's faces.
That's how I looked at it. That's how a lot of young people looked at it.
The day after he got elected.
Damn, Carla, you talking over Dave, bro? Can't even hear Dave talk.
No, I looked at it as a good image and perception for little black boys and girls to say, look, as a black man in America or a black girl in America, you could go to the highest stakes. You might not. You understand me? That's all I looked at it for. Good image and perception. That's it.
I understand that, but the thing about it is that I don't know where y'all get it from that we look up to the president as a way that we tell our kids to look up to. I never heard nobody say, "Hey, the president, that's who you need to be like." You get what I'm saying?
I come from a different culture. Right?
I never heard nobody. I don't heard people talk about people that or people that's preachers or good preachers or something like that. But I've never once heard nobody say, "Hey, be like Jesse Jackson, be like Jim Claiborne, be like any of them black people that's in Congress." I've never heard nobody even say that. Never.
He was elected as the most powerful man on a freaking planet.
Yeah, but that's every president is voted. Every president is the most powerful man on the planet.
Bottom line is, like I said, my father, before he passed away, he got to see. That's all symbolic, right? I knew nothing was going to change for me or black people. I knew that, But the bottom line is, there was a lot of black people who need that reassurance that maybe we are American, maybe we can do this. That's all.
Yeah, but just like Dark Amigo say, that's some old shit. It was just the old people that felt like that. The young people didn't feel like that at all. The young people like, well, what he gonna do? Like anytime Dark Amigo, let me explain something to you, because this was like probably what it was 8 years ago or 12 years ago when this happened, or 16 years ago when it happened. All the older people were sitting up there saying, all he got to do is be president. No, the young people's in there, he's in the office. Oh, he gonna move. He gonna do something for black people. It doesn't matter. Carla, can I finish my sentence, bro? What I'm saying is that this is the thing, Dark Migo. If I'm a black person, you ain't got to tell me, Dark Migo, what's a black agenda. I already know what the problem is of black people. You get what I'm saying? Now I understand. This the point that I will concede, Dark Amigo. The first 4 years, he got to put his goddamn head down, and he got to be the president for all. But the last 4 years, he could have did something. I mean, I'm talking about something, Dark Migo. I saw him doing everything for every other group of people. Had them standing in the White House right behind him, saying straight up. I saw him sign a bill for gay people and some other people, and then right there and say this bill is for them. Then when they get the black people, he was talking about these motherfuckers got to pull themselves up by the bootstrap.
Look, I would agree with you 100%. And that's not my point. My point was, and that day of November 4th, 2008, right? That night against the odds and whatnot, Black America was electrified, right? I knew and whatnot. I knew enough about politics in America, right? That one, he's going to take 4 years. I remember when the economy was retracting. The stock market was in the negative. All that shit like that. He had to pull the economy back, whatnot, all stuff like that. He didn't even have a Secretary of Treasury for like the first 8 months of his presidency. I knew that gas prices were going out of control. He had all that. He had that spill, remember, in the Gulf? He had all that shit going on. So I knew, whatever like this. Second term, right? Everybody thought, second term, that's where things go. Okay, he disappointed me in the second term, right? Because
he laid an egg, Carla. Tell the truth, bro. He laid a goddamn egg.
Even then,
he painted the streets. He painted the streets LGBT colors. He put the White House LGBT shit.
Then again, like I said earlier in the show, I don't know if you
faggot shit, bro.
I was saying in the earlier show, right? I said the topic of the show is the sacred cow of Black unity, right? I knew there was no Black unity when it came to the political process in America, right? I said earlier that Black Lives Matter was a fake Black unity movement. Why?
Yeah.
Because they hijacked the Black Lives Matter with the LGBTQ stuff like that. And to me, I'm leery of anybody preaching Black unity. I don't know if you remember this guy, Hustle Smart. Remember that gay guy that was like he was running for office and he was on Brandon's show a couple of times.
Yeah, he was from South Carolina. He was FBA.
Yeah. No, he was red, black, and green at the time.
Yeah, but I'm saying he still was claiming he was FBA too. I forget his name. Quentin.
FBA weaving out back at that time.
Yeah, but it was like
red, black, and green.
Oh, hold on. No. It's one FBA. He was with that Adolf shit.
Okay, this guy he had the dreads or whatever like that. He was running against Clyburn.
Yeah, South Carolina.
But he was all over the place, right? Yeah. And I said to myself, this is what Black unity is. Anybody could just come in and jump in and hijack a movement and whatnot, And he was all over the freaking place, And I said, that's what I said to myself, man. I got to be really careful.
She was pushing him. Remember that, Tariq Nasheed was pushing him, helping him.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell. It was at the beginning. That's what I'm trying to tell Carla. This was the beginning. This is when FBA and Adolf said Tariq just started doing it. I forget his name. I just had his name right there and forgot it again. It was Marcellus. His name Marcellus or something like. He's always wear this stupid ass hat. Some type of stupid ass hat.
Yeah, Marcel Dixon.
Yeah, Marcel Dixon. There you go. Yeah, but he would definitely call it. That's when the FBA Tariq was talking about it, but it wasn't as popular as it was now. But he was still talking about it and ADOS. But ADOS was more powerful at the moment. Then, of course, you had the gay chick over there. That's ADOS. You know what I'm saying? Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. They was the two popular ones.
You know what the thing was? Yvette Carnell came on this whole we got to unify to get reparations and whatnot, but she's pushing her own agenda. You
Yeah. Colin, they all just trying to get paid. They all trying to get paid. And if you can get paid by sitting online talking, I remember the other day, Colin, you were saying something and you was like, people that make their money online are cowards or whatever. I mean, I didn't understand that at all. There's some people online making 10,000, 100,000 a month. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that one. You get what I'm saying? You got people here making.
My whole thing is this, right? I really seriously doubt they may make $10,000, right, and then they may go 4 or 5 months and not make a dime. I know that for a fact. You know,
IShowSpeed made $16 million during the World Cup, Colin.
Well, that's IShowSpeed. Look at his audience. He has 40.
Anton Daniels make like 200-some thousand a month. Anton Daniels with all 3 of his shows.
What gets me is this. Okay, you got Anton Daniels, right?
Uh-huh.
All he does is sit back, just like Brandon Taylor and whatnot. It just
Colin, I agree with you. They don't do nothing but talk. They talk. Cho. I go with the Nigerian term. Cho. But they still, what they do is, they ain't no different from a lawyer. They ain't no different from a motivational speaker.
That's fine. But the bottom line is this. When you talk about content creation and whatnot, it's like you look people. I can't judge how people make their money, right? But I'm like this. It just if content is your bread and butter, right? Where are we going for this? It doesn't solve anything. So you just basically create content.
No, some content is helpful, Colin. People learn. People get legal advice.
Learn like what?
Yeah, there are legal channels like immigration channels, for example, that some people learn stuff from. Other people are political, politically savvy.
Hey, Elvis, with that black dude, he's the highest paid black dude content creator. He was a smart black dude. The most black
people Marquez Brownlee.
Yeah, he made $15 million last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, man. So people could find a way how to monetize. Is that the future right now? Are we building anything?
Yes, that's the future. Why you think the news people is now they got podcasts? That was never before. Now you got news people having podcasts.
Even the old rappers, they saw the game, Colin. Old entertainers, old basketball players, rappers, they got their podcast.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Go ahead.
Is any of this stuff going to build roads? Is it going to build?
It ain't going. Colin, hold on, Elvis. I want to. This is one thing that I like about Colin. He asks a direct question. I'm gonna give him direct question. Colin, that ain't gonna build not one road. It ain't gonna put not one piece of food in a homeless person. Not none of that. They are for themselves. It's rugged individually. Hey, Dirt Migo, how many times you sit up here and hear me talk about guerrilla hustling and rugged individualists?
All the
doesn't mean that's fine and dandy, but what I'm saying is this: if people say, "Okay, that's the future," like what are we doing this for, right? Like I said, people will say, "Well, we need to do this. We need unity. We need all this kind of nonsense. We need a black economics."
Right.
What is a black economics and content creation? How are you going to create black economics with black?
They ain't color. They ain't create you. I'm on your side, brother. They ain't creating nothing. They just using buzzwords. Cause they learned that black people like buzzwords. Like, let me give you a prime example. Let me give you a buzzword that was real popular that made them gay bitches a lot of money. Hands up, don't shoot. That shit wasn't even for real. That boy never said that down there. He never put his hands up and said don't shoot. That was a 100% made up trigger word by a Benjamin Crump them. Even the witnesses said that he did not say that. He never had, what his name, Michael Brown? Michael Brown never put his hands up in the air and said, hands up, don't shoot. Never came out his mouth. All of the witness. But what did you see that happen? They took a phrase and they made $100 million off of it.
Well, like I said, if this is the future, man,
Mhm.
it is what it is. That's why I say, please don't come. I tell Elvis, please don't go preaching to me about what I need to do or whatever like that. I'm gonna keep voting on my own individual interests, my own selfish interests and whatnot, because the bottom line is there ain't no collective. People want to listen to their favorite podcaster and nonsense and whatnot. I'm gonna keep voting the way I vote. I'm gonna vote the way I vote. I can care less.
I had a question. For you.
Go ahead, Elvis. Go ahead.
Right. So, and that's a big question. That when you criticize Obama, for example, right, about his policies and that he didn't do anything for black people.
No.
What were black people? Hold on, Colin. This is the question here. What were black people looking for in 2008 or 2009?
Look, I told you.
What was the issue that was plaguing them that they needed
This
to
is
be
why I
fixed?
disagree with Hustle Smart. Black people, all they wanted was to see a black president. That's it, right? And then also we were told that when he gets a second term, right? There was a lot of things on the table, like urban renewal, stuff like that. When people don't understand something, right? I don't know if you guys remember this, right? But there was two. George W. Bush had two bailouts, right? One was $700 billion. That's the initial George W. Bush, right? Barack Obama took $700 billion in what we call stimulus. Remember that? Stimulus package. Remember that? I remember in my area, right? We had a cash for clunkers, right? RK Chevrolet was buying up your used car and everything like that. There were things going on like where I live at, Witch Duck Road got widened, right? All these people got construction companies were making lots of money, right? But the thing is, though, they said that a lot of the shovel-ready stuff could not get to the black community because the black community on the state level was not organized. So we didn't benefit from that $700 billion that went, and some of them, only half of it got used, right? And $700 billion that went to the stimulus, the economy, when black businesses did not get a piece of it because we were not prepared. That was his first term. But they said the second term, Black America should be prepared. Even in the second term, they were not doing the stimulus anymore.
A lot of people, you know what happened, Carla? Even in my community, right? We got a case going on here in Minnesota. When the PPP loans came, a lot of black people got caught up in that web, and they tried to scam the government. A lot of them got locked up.
Yeah, your Somalis did that shit,
Yeah. So a lot of people got caught up in the PPP loan. So every time there's an opportunity, black people don't learn the rules. They don't learn the eligibility rules and how to utilize the money correctly so you don't get charged for it. And they get caught in the trap. So
Somalis that did that shit, All right, Ben is up, man. Ben's gonna redeem himself tonight, man. Ben.
It was up now. No, I was thinking, I know it's too far back when Obama was in office. That was mostly for the civil rights era people.
It was for the old niggas.
Yeah, they needed that eye candy. You know what I'm saying? They just wanted to see that before they died. You know what I'm saying? Then now they can rest in peace. Have a good death now.
Hey, Ben, I was trying to tell Colin that. He just don't see. I'm telling you, it was just these older people.
I know that, but there was a
You
lot
just
of
said, Colin, you just said you disagree with me, said that.
I was saying the fact that although there was civil rights at the time, young black people still had a lot of respect for so-called elders and stuff like that. So the elders like it, we like it. That's
nah, Colin, no, hell no.
No, that's how I thought it was.
We're talking about 8 years ago, man. We're talking about 8 to 12 years ago when the drug game was popping. Niggas didn't give a fuck about no elders doing that. That was when trapping was at a high. We talking about dudes still standing on the corner. Nah, it wasn't like that.
Okay, that's the streets, right? But think about all the HBCUs who were out there with Obama and whatnot. They were with Obama crazy. All the Howard and all these other places like that, where the black intellectual and thought was. Where the young
Kyle, quick question. My boy Rico Miller saying that you guys wanted Obama to do what Trump is doing for the whites. What is he doing for the whites that excludes the black, that black people can't get?
Well,
that
well,
Trump
the
is doing
bottom
for
line
Obama.
is, I did like the fact that when Trump got elected, right, he had a whole like 200. You saw that, right? The executive orders. They said like he was like Santa Claus sitting there, with this, that, and the other things. So I don't think we should agree with that. Obama didn't do that.
No, be specific, Carla, because the 4th and 5th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution precludes the president from making laws that benefits financially only one race of people.
No,
so what could Obama have done to benefit Black Americans only?
Hold on. Now, which we call Donald Trump's base is white America, right? Be perfectly honest with you, right? The same thing cannot be said about, like you said earlier, Barack Obama, because it was white America, same Trump voters who are the ones who elected Barack Obama. So we were never his base. We were his foot soldiers, like he said, right? We were never his base.
The white people voted for him for white guilt, and they knew Obama was safe.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, Carla, is a legal issue.
White liberals were his base.
It's unconstitutional for a president to give out money, for example, to give financial benefits to one group of people and exclude the other groups of people.
He never said.
So what is it that Black people want? If it wasn't financial, what do they want? That Obama could have given them that he didn't.
Anything financial, from Obama.
But do you think most Black people know that, Carla?
Well, they found out.
No, he had Eric Holden there. They seen all this stuff he was doing for the gays and for DACA.
That Black people who are gay, the Asian people who are gay, it's not specific to one
I tell you what, Elvis, if you want one, what I'm saying is just like the like criminal reform, they could have signed that. He could have did executive order on that.
Check us out. This whole thing is this.
Hold on for a second, Colin. Hold on for a second, Colin, because this is the part that me and Miko would talk. We was like, you be going so fast, you don't know how to hit back with the points. He could have signed the criminal justice reform for the Black people that got the 3 strikes law. But guess who signed it? Actually, Trump did.
Right.
Obama could have had 8 years to sign that, and he didn't. That's one.
Here's the thing. The thing is, Elvis, when it comes to money, whatever like that, you can't have quid pro quo. That's the difference. As long as it's not quid pro quo, that means whatever you do got to be a class in general sense. If you're going to basically spend money to revitalize housing, it has to be in general and just. It can't be quid.
I know that, Carter. That's what I'm saying. Because what Hustle Smart is saying is fine. That's a good policy point. But a lot of Black people want actual tangibles in things that they would benefit from financially. That's the crux of it.
Black people did not,
because a lot of Black people are not in jail, so they're not asking for prison reform. They want money
for anything like that. For example,
that's not true, Evan. Because most Black people have people that's locked up in their family. Most average Black people have somebody in their family that don't been locked up, that don't got railroaded, or some simple crime that white people get away with it, that Black people had to take 5 years or 7 years or 10 years probation. That's what I'm saying.
During the crack era.
Especially that's what I was trying to tell Colin earlier. It was during the crack area. Crack was at its height when Obama was in office, and they was giving Black people that were getting caught with $10 worth of crack almost 5-10 years probation. A white person get caught with damn near $800 worth of powder cocaine, and they would go to diversion centers and get their sentence. If they finished the diversion center, they would get it expunged.
Yep, they broke up a lot of Black families with that. A lot of Black families.
Killed a lot of them. And they had the law where they were saying that if the police came up and said some drugs were there, they could charge everybody, give everybody a charge.
In 2010, House of Smart, I just looked it up.
Yes.
Obama signed the Fair Sentencing Act into law.
That's federal. That is federal, sir.
But that's something
no. The state has federal. Federal is like for kingpins. We talking about low level. This is what I'm saying. See, that's the difference between. Hold on for a second, because you brought up the point. What I'm saying is that somebody get caught with a $10 bag as a state. That city, that state. The federal is those people that got 100 years or 300 years. So I know like 4 dudes that had life sentence for drugs that doing that. The same thing with Big Meat stuff. All of them stuff, they got their sentence reduction instead of life sentence 30 years or 28 years. They still had to do 28, 30 years for what I'm saying. But we talking about for $10 worth of crack, you was getting dudes with trafficking, and you get a trafficking charge, you had to serve 85% of your time, just like in the feds in the state. And a maximum security for the white boy get caught with a whole ounce, something that costs a white boy $800, something that a black person that costs $100, the black person would get 10 times as much crime. He could have that's what I'm telling you about that.
Yeah, what did Hillary call us? Predators or some shit she called us?
She called it, boy, she called us super predators.
Yeah.
She sat up there and Carla, I would love for you to pull this up. It shocked me. She sit up there and called black men super predators. Not talking about, not because we did some type of crime or something. She just said the way they act and the way how they hang out in the streets all night and not scared because they super predators. That's what came out her mouth.
They had army tanks, damn near battling rams, breaking people's houses down.
Running in different people's houses, people grandmamas and shit. They did not care. And on top of that, when they was doing that shit, they didn't even have to pay for the damage.
It was the war on drugs.
Yeah, man, let me tell you something. That's all I'm saying. All I'm telling you is that the same way that Trump, just like you said, Carla, when he came in, he got with all the people in different business, all the people, hey, we're going to start at these business, EPA stuff, we're going to do environmental stuff, we're going to do all, and he released those restrictions, let the money flow, and all the people in business did business. Obama could have did the same. He could have got with some black, even with the house, even with federal housing. Like, think about the federal housing bill, Carla. Like, let me explain something to you, Elvin. The federal housing bill, that ain't just for black people, but you know what? That would have been a slick way to help out black people, because at that time, Ben Youssef, who's the most people that living in federal housing, in the projects, federal housing, Ben? Black people or white people?
Black.
So that would have been a slick way, because that's the same thing that Trump doing. Because look what they say. They said, what the Democrats knock against Trump? He up in all his billionaire friends, but he doing it the legal way. So Obama could have did the same thing. Obama didn't even try because of the old Negroes was sitting up there talking about, man, just give him time. Let's just be happy that he's up there. And I saw him who he was, Ben. I saw him as a goddamn Kenyan nigga with a white mama in Hawaii that ain't never been raised up by his dad. And you are who you raised up by. He was raised up by his white mama in Hawaii, and this the last thing. And
a transsexual, and he was in Malaysia, some transsexual babysitter he had.
Yeah, like this is the thing. Now this is the thing I told Carla.
And
I saw him. This is the funniest shit. I was actually watching the news one day, and they was like, this dude was on, I forgot what news program. I'm talking about, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning, Red Eye Radio. You get what I'm saying? I'm driving. And I'm watching it on the phone. And then George Bush just came back from the 9/11 or the Katrina thing. It was the Katrina thing or whatever. And one of the guys said that, he said, who is that walking through the tarmac? And he said, why is a junior senator on the president plane with George Bush? That was the first time I ever heard calling George Bush, Obama name, and I told Carla about that. Now you see why him and his wife Michelle all cozy up, and George Bush be dropping candy in her mouth like she a motherfucking prostitute or something. Like they all cozy up, and people don't even understand that why they so cool. He was on George Bush and Obama was a friend. He was on the plane with them when they were flying over Katrina.
Yeah, look how he threw his pants under the bus. Remember
nobody even know who he is. It was just a random dude. He was just like, they was walking. They didn't come down with the regular people on the steps. They was walking on the tarmac. And this dude, I never forget this day. And he was like, what's a junior senator being on the plane with the president? He just said it nonchalantly and kept talking about something else. And that was the craziest thing. Then the next thing I know, there was like Junior Senator Barack Obama going for president. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen immediately after Bush? That he just so happened to be on the plane while they going to Katrina, and then he's coming after Bush. And just like you said, Carla, he didn't go after Bush on nothing. He didn't put his Justice Department, Eric Holder, to go after nothing that Bush did.
That dude Eric Holder was the most useless attorney general.
And now you look at them now, they over there hugged up. They might be swapping out. George Bush and now they might be swapping out the way they be over there cozy up. And that just show you how some of those Kenyan people is. They kiss white people ass. That's why they were so mad when Trump and Obama was out there. They felt like it was gonna be a fight. Obama's and Trump over there kicking and cocking it up. Obama is there for white privilege and white acceptance, and he got all of it. And he got a pass for black people because he could shoot a left-hand jump shot, and he saw three bars of Al Green song at the Apollo.
And he married to a black woman. That's the only black woman he dated.
Obama's magic is gone. I know that, you know. That's why him coming around here now talking about what we got to do in the mid. What the hell? What we got to do in the midterms? Man, get the hell out of here. I'm sitting right the fuck home. Matter of fact, you know, what am I doing in the midterms? I think I'm gonna sit back, how smart, order some popcorn, some pizza and whatnot, you know, and let it all fucking just play out. I ain't voting, you know.
Yeah, remember they said that to give him to the next election. He can't do that now. He's waiting till he's a lame duck president. Then he gonna do everything for black people. Then
No, he did everything for gays. His second inaugural speech was. He talked about. I thought he was going to talk about man, black to the power.
No, he had a rainbow flag out there in the White House. Or some shit out there.
About, the society is about who you love and whatnot. What the hell?
Yeah. Who you love? And then he got on the podcast, Ben, with his goddamn butch looking ass wife that Carla be talking about. She look. Listen, man. Ben, I tell Carla all the time. If I saw Michelle Obama getting gas at the store and her tire was flat, I wouldn't even give her no assistance. Michelle Obama is not cute to me, bro.
No, she's a handsome woman. She got
that strong Haitian jawline, like trap jaw from He-Man. You get what I'm saying? She got them shoulders like Kevin Durant. You get what I'm saying? And that was it. She wasn't cute. She didn't have a bad body, but she was not cute. And at the end of the day, I still say that to say she's not cute has nothing to do with it. Because I tell everybody, Michelle Obama and her mama was the two realest niggas in the White House. The rest of the motherfuckers mixed up.
Yeah, the rest of Michelle was just a beard. That's all. Obama dated all white women until he met Michelle. That was just they
kids wild as fuck, bad witching and everything.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. You look at, it's like you would think, oh wow, beautiful. Malia's beautiful, right? You would think she would be with a black boy and whatnot. She was just a black boy sleeping in the white. I'm like,
I'm waiting for a tape to come out on her. I'm waiting for a tape to somebody to bring out a tape on her, but hanging around. White people.
And then she gonna sit. Then Obama gonna sit up there on the podcast. Her and her gay ass brother. I don't know if he gay, but he damn sure act gay. You know what I'm saying? Michelle, have you ever watched the podcast, Ben? You never watched Michelle Obama's podcast?
No, I ain't no shit.
Oh, bro, you'll be shocked. It was her and her sassy ass, sissy ass brother. And Obama was up there. And he was telling them, talking about young black boys need to have a homosexual mentor. He said it out his mouth. Carl, I wish that you could play that shit. He said young black boys need a homosexual mentor.
If you say anything to suddenly you're a homophobe and all this stuff like that, it's like, you look, Elvis, man, like I told you, all this stuff, man, we don't approve of all this shit. That's why we say, something, fuck Donald Trump, man, but I gotta go the other direction, man,
Yeah. And just like Colin was talking about the bathroom, let me tell you something. My son, me and my son was at space camp, and he was in the bathroom or something, and he still had his space uniform on in the bathroom, walking in there. And some guy said that. I'm like, hold on. I just said, hold on, man. I said, bro, the last thing you need. I said, if I understand you want to compliment him on his uniform. I said, but not in the bathroom. You don't have no grown man. Don't have say nothing to no child in the bathroom that you don't know.
But I was trying to tell Elvis. There's boundaries.
It's boundaries, bro. You don't do that shit. Like, you don't have, like, it ain't no conversation with me in the bathroom.
What did he say in the bathroom?
For God's sake.
What you say, Ben?
What did he say in the bathroom? What happened in the bathroom?
No, you just talking because the space camp is there, and my son got the space camp, and he's like he been going there for 3 years, so he got the stripes, and he was like, oh, you go to the space camp or where? And I stopped. My son finna get ready to answer. I mean, it was meaningless. They was like washing their hands. I'm like, hold on for a second. I'm like, so I said, hold on for a second. You as a grown man shouldn't have no conversation with no child in the bathroom.
Yeah,
if you don't know them.
Spit in the bathroom then.
These people have no boundaries with far.
They don't have no boundary. They think just because they think something is harmless, that is like, bro. Let me tell you something. Me and you can be cool as shit. Boy, don't have no conversation with me when you don't have your dick in your hands and I don't have mine in my hand. Pause. We ain't having no conversation.
In the bathroom. They don't even look at each other. Wash their hands and get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm telling you, those people like that. And when you have those transsexuals that go in those bathrooms like that, it's almost white dudes or mixed dudes. Black dudes don't, even the black gay dudes won't go in there and do no shit like that. It's always a white dude or a liberal white dude.
Transgenderism is the ultimate white privilege. And you think that you could transition to a woman because you feel like it. That's the ultimate white privilege shit, you know?
Charm said she was the best looking first lady. Hey, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I don't even like white women, but Kennedy's wife was hot. Don't get that fucked up.
Jackie
Onassis. What was her name? What was her name?
Trump wife don't work that bad. Shit.
Jackie Onassis.
Yeah, I ain't gonna even sit up there and play like she was the best looking one because she was black. Goddamn, when Kennedy's wife looked it good. You get what I'm saying? So they ain't even she ain't even close to being the first. Now you just want to say she's the most consequential. You know what I'm saying? She did a lot. She did stuff. She was the most vocal. They looked at her for everything, and she didn't make no mistakes. But soon as she got out of office, she started acting like she ain't safe no more.
I'm attack and whatnot. Okay. Yo, you got $11 million house. Y'all worth $100 million. Shut the hell up, man.
Hold up. They still got over goddamn 8 to 12 cars in a 50-man Secret Service security force. Talking about she don't feel safe.
They always strike you as they're not happy. I mean, goddamn.
No, there's only her. It's only her, Colin. Obama don't act like that.
Yeah, I know he don't, but Michelle, she always acts like she's miserable.
Yeah. Like being the first lady and being a millionaire and all that, and talking about she's speaking for the people. No, you ain't speaking. Now that's one thing that I do, because black women, they call her their forever first lady, but black women still like Obama more than they like Michelle. Because they said Michelle just came off as preachy almost. Obama wasn't preachy to black women. He was just like, hey, I get y'all vote, that's it. Michelle was sitting up there, because she went there and changed the lunch thing and everything. They canceled all of that shit when they left out. You know what I'm saying? Trying to take snacks out, man. Listen, man, I just know that when they was in there, And I remember, just like Ben said, that he said that, man, when I get this next turn, I'll be able to move some things. He didn't get in there and move. He stayed further. He got even further away from black people in the second term.
Oh, no.
He ain't go to no Apollo.
Can you hear me? I don't know if that's me or not.
You say what, Ben? Go ahead, Ben.
Everything went mute. Hello?
No. I just paused for a second. Can you hear us, Ben? Now that might be that Canada Wi-Fi, bro. But Carla, he ran away, and that's what saw it. So, Carl, let me hold on. First of all, Carl, let me agree with you. Black people did like the symbolism of a black president.
That was
So,
all.
so I get you. So, but this is the thing. When it came to the second term, black people weren't going for that. The youth weren't going for all that.
Well,
He just be happy.
Second term, Trayvon Martin, Michael Brown.
Right.
They got real. Alton Sterling.
Yeah.
Right. Eric Garner. All that shit happened in Barack Obama's second term.
Yeah. Instead of him acting like he was mad, he's sitting up there talking about that could have been his song and coming up there singing, Lord is my shepherd.
Remember Dylan Roof? This fucking Barack Obama, 2015, right? He knows that he can't ruffle too many white people, right? Because he wants Hillary to follow him in the White House, right? So this fool gets up there and sings Amazing Grace, not knowing Amazing Grace was written by a fucking slave owner, At fucking the Dylan Roof at the funeral for those the people in Charleston, South Carolina.
Right.
Why did he show up there freaking singing Amazing Grace?
Exactly. He looked like a real Sambo slave. I swear I started itching when I heard him do that.
And he did that. Like, that's what turned it over for me, man. I said, man, I don't like this guy no more, man.
Nah. Hey, but you see, Miss Smith know what I was talking about. Hey, Miss Smith, I like my snacks. Yeah, she did the thing that they did all the snacks machine with 100 calories. And that shit tasted rice cakes. Miss Smith knows exactly what I'm talking about. She changed that shit. And the black people didn't notice it, but the white people did. And that's when I heard about it on the white radio station. I'm like, she did what? And then I went and got a little Debbie oatmeal pie. And I'm like, oh shit, this shit don't taste the same. Damn you, Michelle. She did that shit, but they canceled all that shit. But yeah, Carla, he looked at even more weaker in his second term than his first term. What I'm saying is, Carla, he could have threw.
Second term, we had all that racial turmoil. That's why.
But Carla, that's my whole point. That could have been his time to go out there and fight in Bristol. What could they have done for him? What could they do to him?
You gotta understand something. He was trying to basically. He's a Democrat. He was trying to get Hillary in office because that was his promise to Hillary. I'll support you. You're gonna follow me in the White House.
Well, that just shows what we saying. He had no intention to do nothing for black people if we were gonna try to get Hillary in here, because she damn sure wasn't gonna try to do nothing for black people.
Yeah,
she's the Arkansas rat. You get what I'm saying? She was definitely with that business class. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm saying is Obama could have snuck some fly shit in the same way they try to act like Trump is doing something illegal. When they talking about he don't make $2 billion, and I'd be like, okay, cool. Show me where.
Trump tried to give reparations to the January 6th people. He tried to get that through.
Yeah, but Carla, what I'm saying is that he pulled the stunt. He pulled the stunt for them. What I'm saying is that this is what I'm saying, Carla. If Obama would have pulled the stunt, I think just like Ben said, if that ain't the smartest thing I ever heard Ben say, Dave, is that it was white guilt. And I think if he would have pulled the little stunt for black people to be like, okay, for this with HBCUs, we're gonna give y'all same thing that Biden did with the tuition reimbursement or tuition waivement. He could have did something. He didn't even. What I'm saying is, Carla, he didn't even try to do a stunt to see if it worked or not. He didn't even try.
The white media be like, oh, see, he's a black president. Fox News would have ate him.
But what I'm saying is, what could they do to him?
Yeah,
look how I tell you what, Carla. Look how CNN, MSNBC, Don Lemon faggot ass, DRE, all them. Look how they drag Trump every day. You think he give a fuck?
The thing is, if a clue is this: when Barack Obama, when Hillary was running, you would thought he was running again. He says, "I know this community's not gonna let me down and my legacy and whatnot." He knew Trump was gonna unravel everything from the Act That's why he had to get Hillary in there at all costs, you know, because he thought Trump was going to unravel everything he did, you know. That's the whole thing. That's why he didn't push too hard for black people.
Hey, Charm said that Obama extended the unemployment check. That shit, that's nothing slick. Who you think? Who you think was more on unemployment? It's black people. I mean, white people was on unemployment at that time.
No.
Even though the black numbers are higher, it's still more white people, just like welfare. That black people percentage is higher, but it's still more people on welfare is white people. But when it comes to the projects, Carla, when it comes to government housing, it's more black people. And he could have did something slick on that. And that's why I'm telling you that I just what Pastor Manning call him, Carla.
Long-legged Mac Daddy.
A long-legged Mac Daddy, boy. He gave y'all the slick leg.
Mac Daddy.
And I'm telling you, Carla, he didn't even try to put up, like, do you see how Trump is, Carla? Trump will put up a little plan. He'll put up a little organization. You get what I'm saying? He'll put up a little panel. He'll come up with all type of shit. Stephen Miller. Like, y'all can talk that shit. Stephen Miller is a gangster. Stephen Miller sitting up there orchestrating shit like this, and he's like, Trump, whatever I do gonna benefit you and your kids some type of way. Just sign this thing. And he's signing it up. And the one thing that Stephen Miller is good with, Carla, is that he making sure whatever plan he put in front of Trump, it is 100% legal to the point that is right there at the edge of that it could be criminal, but it's legal. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, those executive orders, the one that's all him.
Those executive orders. And then on top of that, what was so smart that he's getting his kids to go into businesses and get into business where they can be on the board or something. Like he got his son on board. He got his little nieces on some little clothing boards. The goddamn Qatar them gave her like $5 million. To sell her, bought all her orders of her pullover sweaters, Carla.
Wow.
$5 million. It ain't nothing about that illegal. So you get what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that they got these plans for them to rob the house. And Obama didn't even try. He didn't even sit up there and say, hey, bring in the black leaders or black, not leaders, please, not the leaders.
The benefit when he got out of office and they offered him book deals. He made his money off them book deals.
Yeah. He made a killing. And that's what I'm saying. And now he don't build that shit down there in Chicago. And let me tell you something, Carla. This is what I was expecting for him to do. I was expecting for him to be like, hey, for Black History Month, you know what I'm saying? Hey, black people, you get half off to go in there. But you ain't getting no breaks to go in there.
You got to pay to go in his museum?
You got to pay.
Wow.
Because they got all type of... Carla, man, look, man. Listen. I looked at them or whatever, but once I'm telling you something, the same thing you played today, Carla, is the same thing that I heard. Hey, you see how I got the women in there talking about them snacks? That shit was for real, Carla. I'm talking about, Carla, I used to be buying my daughter Uber Eats, all that shit, because the food was horrible in the schools. But with this, what I'm saying,
when I got Elvis with that, he never heard it. Come on,
yeah.
Now he tries to pretend like he don't know what's going on. That's what they do.
Well, but that's what I'm saying.
Of all the issues.
But Carla, that same video you played today with when Wolf Blitzer was CNN, and I heard him say 46-year-old Obama. When that shit clicked in my head, I'm talking about he said the junior senator. And then he said, raised in Hawaii. They say nothing about his dad. And then that's when I went and looked it up. And I'm talking about his mama is white, his dad is black, and he don't even know his daddy. He was raised up by his uncles, and this uncle's white. It was all there. And I'm like, hell no, this who they putting in front of us? So I saw it from the jump. How it was, man, with Obeezy. Whose museum? Obama Museum in Chicago.
Let's see. We got somebody named Lee Kim. Can you put your camera on, brother? Local come. Can you put your camera on, bro? I'm not letting nobody up here unless I know it.
Someone filed unemployment in my name, LOL scandal. Yeah, it was a lot of that going on. And the Republicans were trying to stop the unemployment checks because the black people, it was so much, because he was giving, it was an extra.
Hi. It's me.
It was an Colin, this is what they ain't telling you. Obama was given a check. You getting unemployment, then you was getting extra unemployment, and then you got then Obama was given another check, was a federal check. So it was black people that was making more money being on unemployment than it was on their regular jobs. So people wasn't going to work. That's what happened. They weren't trying to stop the state unemployment. They were trying to stop the federal, because the federal was more than the state, Collar. And hold on, this the funny part too, Collar. It was no taxes on the federal. Wow. So people were staying at home and they wasn't going to work. I remember that.
Hold on, I'm gonna let this guy up here again. I don't know what's going on with your camera thing. I'm gonna let you one more time. Yo, you got turned to play.
To this nigga.
Yeah, I knew it was some fuck shit.
Yeah, but goodbye. I'm glad you said your little nigga. You know.
But this is what, Bacala, this is the thing when I be telling you about when you be speaking the real like that. You said it earlier, man. Most people ain't like, you would think like your little channel. Why would people want to come on here and fuck with your shit in this bigger channel? Because I tell you, bro, when you doing these shows at nighttime, you're the only thing smoking. You get what I'm saying? People watch
got
back.
Trolls calling you, man, Colin. You got trolls calling now, man.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on?
Goodbye. It's Pandem, you know. Goodbye. I try, you try to be sensible. Put the camera on. You put the camera on. It was like a black person. I don't know if that was a thing, but somebody probably did a picture. Probably fooled you with it.
Hey, but I got to be real with you, Colin. I got to tell you something that you contradicted yourself last week, though. I mean, it wasn't last week. It was probably Monday or whatever. Now, you told me you don't like white people, right?
I never said I didn't like white people. I said I don't like white racists. I don't like the white attitude. See, you gotta say something. When I say white people, I mean a mentality. If I walk up to a white guy, he's white, and he talked to me like a person, I got no problem with it. That's the two people, right? It's the white mindset, the mentality. I could feel it a mile away.
I think they all got that, though.
No. They all do. But when you basically think that white thing means I got to bow to it, that's the problem I have.
But this where the contradiction come in at, Carla. They don't have to make you think you have to bow to them. They know just based on their numbers that you are the whole.
Hold up. I work with a lot of white people, in my business, right? And I got the utmost respect for them because the way I carry myself in life and whatnot, what I have in life, whatever like that, my business, whatever like that. And the relationship I have with whites is always professional and stuff like that. So I have no problem with white people, whatever like that, It's just the fact of the matter is, what I don't like is when I see when white people be talking. See, with me, I can handle white people, right? But I'm like, most of you are not above me in status or whatever like that. You can talk all you want, but when I see like when people make this presumption, like when they say something like, "Oh yeah, the racist," a white person who thinks he has a high IQ just because of his skin color, that's the problem I have. Because
Colin, you got white boys that's in the trailer park with no teeth in their mouth, wearing the same overall, still think that they better just because
you can think all you want. That's fine.
Well, what I'm saying is they still. What I'm saying is though, the one thing that I give white people credit for, Dave, is that if there was at a Walmart late at night and there was a redneck with chewing tobacco, you know what I'm saying, and a Harley Davidson's scarf around his neck, smelling like shit, and you was sitting over there in the bins, you get what I'm saying? And the white person had to pick up one of y'all and be like, hey, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna help out one of y'all for the night. He still would choose the white dude.
So I don't care.
But what I'm saying is because Colin, we're not talking about you care. What I'm trying to tell you, that's the difference between black people and white people.
Well, I never went through all that, so I would never know. But we're just talking about how society, they have the numbers. Yeah, but
so this is what.
But that's never been my experience, So.
Well, Colin, it don't have to be your experience. They have the numbers.
Yeah, so they got the numbers that they want. All I go by is what I see.
But that's what I'm saying, Colin. That's when I say when you start talking like that, you're talking in your bubble. That's your bubble. But that's not everybody else's bubble that deals with that lives somewhere like that.
I don't have any problem with fucking white people or whatever like that, who the fuck they are. I don't give a shit about what they do, what they have, what they say. So
yeah, but that, Colin, that ain't even the point, though. I get you what you're saying. What I'm saying is that as black people, that we don't come together like the way they come together. So the same way you was talking, goddamn, Colin, can I get more info?
I don't believe.
I'm gonna let you talk so I can say what I'm saying. Go ahead, Colin.
I don't believe in this we shit. I'm an individual. I don't believe in we.
But that's the same thing I said. When I said the other time, you was like, damn, Hustle Smart, we don't I was on time. Colin, I got to call you out, bro. Because when I said that, I said that's what's gonna make we do, because we're rugged individuals. It's no we. Hold on, Colin. Let me see. Can I finish saying what I'm saying? Soon as I said that, I said it ain't no we, and you was like, well, that's just how you think, Hustle Smart, and now you saying the same thing.
You said we're doomed. I said there's no we. I'm not doomed. That's what I said.
Colin, come on. Sometimes, Colin, you got to stop. Colin, you making my point, bro.
How are we doomed? But I got people going for me in life. When
Colin, you're still making my point. You don't even realize that. You're making my point.
I don't know. Look, I said, I got friends of mine, my family, whatnot. We're doing really well. So I don't
know. And you know what? That's cool. And every time you're talking right now, you're making my point.
All those black people who are doomed, that sucks to be them.
And Colin, that's the same thing I said.
Yeah, but you always say like you make it seem like what we got to do. We ain't got to do shit.
Colin, no, I don't. No, I don't. I don't say we got to do nothing. I say we're not going to do anything because we're rugged individualists. I'm the rugged individualist king.
Hello. What my point I'm trying to make is Hustle Smart. That, we've been at this, like this topic of the show tonight. We've been at this fucking unity we shit for the fucking longest time.
I agree with you.
Fucking done with it,
And that's why I say we're doomed.
No. How we doomed? I'll be all right.
But Colin, you're not Colin. At the end of the day, you're lumped in with black people the same way that I am.
The fuck, I'm not.
Yes, Colin.
I'm not lumped in.
Colin, 5 minutes ago, you was talking about that I got to ride with my people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
when they
hold on.
Now you saying that you.
Let me say this, right? 2008, right? That was a time period, right? Black people needed that at a time. After that, I'm done. That was no more. I told you, no more.
I get what you're saying.
I told you, the next thing I'm gonna ride with is nationhood. If there's no nationhood, we got nothing to talk about.
Yeah.
Feel about it.
Hey, Flexed Up, I agree with you. We ain't even got to play his Flint speech. Because he went up there and started talking down on the people, and he had a goddamn bottle of water that was bottled water in the glass, talking about he drinking out of it. And all the people, you know what? There's one thing I agree with Colin when he said that if the internet was out, he probably wouldn't have made it the second term like it is now. Because everybody else was showing that water how dirty it is, and all of a sudden how the hell you get in a meeting that's where a president got to be at? So you know it got to be a federal building, and you got a glass of water just sitting there waiting on you. Where you get that glass of water from? And it was just so stupid, him sitting there with that glass. Did you ever see that interview, Colin? He was sitting there with a glass of water.
Something like that. I remember that.
And he drunk that shit. And I was like, what the fuck? And I've been to Flint. I was up there. That water was brown as shit coming out the faucet. Because even if you go to the truck stop, the water was brown.
In fairness, right? That's years of black people not maintenance pipes and stuff like that. When the white people was there in the 1930s, whatever like that, when it was an industrial town, the black people take over when that. But when you take over a city, it's like Gary, Indiana. Gary right now has no electricity. You know, and the bottom line, we don't know how to maintain shit. Black people don't know how to maintain shit. You know, and the bottom line, we don't keep up the maintenance and everything like that. And then when you're drinking brown water, you know.
Right. Well, that's the same thing when your boy King Goodwill, he was sitting up there talking about they was going to take over Mississippi. And so just as a logistics guy, I'm sitting.
But yo, dude, Mississippi, let me tell you something. Right now, you see all the bodies they're finding in Mississippi hung and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
Coroners and the police when that ruled suicide and whatnot. You ain't the Mississippi, those states right there. I know you drive through the deep south right there.
Yes, I do.
That is the white supremacists globally. That's a stronghold of white supremacy. Those southern belt states right there.
Yeah, Louisiana, Arkansas, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee.
Strongest place on the earth for white supremacy. You think you can help them, and you gotta they got more guns than they have way more guns than the fucking federal government down there, you know?
They got more guns than money they got in the bank.
Yeah, so the bottom line, you think you're gonna have your little Republican? That's why I said, and this is what I said. That's why I walked away from a lot of these black nationals because they stupid. Think about this. I love Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right? But I'm looking at him now, right? I'm like, you can't go beating black. It's like somebody will come up to you, Khalid Muhammad goes, "See, Hustle Smart. Yeah, you ain't gonna come ride with me and whatnot." He said, no, because you Hustle Smart, like you be like, I got a job, I got bills to pay, I gotta do like this. You talking about being a black nationalist, we on government. Do you got land somewhere?
Right.
Farrakhan and all these people never got 1 inch of land for us anyway to start with. You know, you got anything? You know, all you got is you want me to give up what I got, put myself in danger when I lose my job, just to follow you.
Hold on, Colin. Let me take that point even further. What made Farrakhan look so bad to me is that he was sitting up there talking to all these hood dudes and going to all these projects and talking to these hood dudes, but he wasn't telling them to fight. But how you want working people to fight, but you ain't asking these hood dudes that's killing each other to fight? And I'm like, they the one that should be risking their life.
Every time I talk about this, DK says, Kyle, it's just stupidity. I'm from fucking stupidity. It ain't being scared. It's just fucking stupidity. Dumb.
DK, now I gotta agree with Carl on that. Why would you ask the working man that to fight and not the degenerates to fight? Because the degenerates,
DK, you could take over like 4 or 5 states. How the fuck you?
Hold on. This is the funny part. DK stays in North Carolina, and white people got that motherfucker North Carolina in a chokehold.
They got the whole entire South in the chokehold.
They got the whole South in the chokehold. That's why you be sitting there, everybody be talking about Atlanta. Go 30 miles out of Atlanta, boy. You'll see them white sheets floating.
You know, what you call it right now, that southern middle part of Georgia is Klan territory.
Yeah.
Alabama, that's Klan, you know. That's Klan country, you know.
That it's clans, but they're more rebel clans than anything. Like they ain't gonna go out and like the Klan would go out and hunt for black people. These motherfuckers ain't hunting. They just telling you get caught up there, we gonna do your ass. That's the difference between them. You get what I'm saying, man? You'll be shocked how many towns I done went through, and the only thing in that town is a gas station and a Dollar General.
Yeah, so the white people control the electrical grid.
Yeah.
The gas line, all the shit like that, all the essential means of production, even the chicken feed, right? You know, black people work in the chicken feed and hog house and whatnot. How are they gonna fucking take over that shit? Black people, come on, man.
Ain't it a group of East Indians moving down there in Texas somewhere, if I'm not mistaken?
Well, they're moving to Fresco, Texas, but the bottom line is that's in the tech area and whatnot, you know?
Yeah, that's tech stuff.
Rural Texas is still white.
Yeah.
Rural
But
Texas.
see the thing about it is, them white people, like me and Carla was talking the other day, like about a week or two ago, about a month ago, and it was saying how Jeff Bezos, you know, he'll sit up there and tell you that he said the only way he got rich like that is because he delegated positions. He ain't try to run everything. He said if he would have tried to run Amazon would have went broke. He said he went and found the best people, made them sign deals, made them sign NDAs, and just manage them. He said, but some of them, he said he hired people that's smarter than him. He said that's how he got rich. So you'll get a person being, say for instance, me and you being, and we got two shipping companies, right? But your shipping company go down, my ship company stay up. See, as black people, I wouldn't hire you. But white people be like, hey, Ben, you know, your shipment go down, but hey, Ben, how about I bring you in here and make you CEO over the maintenance and the hiring part? See what I'm saying? You still got a high position, Ben, but now all I did is consolidate your entrepreneurial mindset, and I focus it on one thing. See what I'm saying? That's how white people do business. Because you got Quaker right now. A lot of people don't know Quaker owns Saddle Creek, Quaker owns Pepsi, Quaker owns Gatorade. They own all that shit. And what they did was they took CEOs of all the other companies, Carla, and they brought them in there and managed them at certain things. They just want CEO over everything. Some people ain't built to run everything. That's one thing that white people learn that we don't learn as black people, to delegate positions. You get what I'm saying? But you still got to pay them folks. Just like at Microsoft, like you got the top 5 people in the world that was rich was at that time worked for Microsoft. You had people working on the Bill Gates on the Seattle, the Oklahoma Thunder and the goddamn Seahawks. He wasn't, Bill Gates wasn't chopping them dudes off. He would let them make billions a year. But he still was the chairman.
Yeah, he's on top, the CEO or whatnot.
You get what I'm saying, Carla?
Oh yeah.
And I hate that for us, that we can't do that. Because we'll be sitting up here like, man, I'm doing more work than Carla. You know, why Carla got to be that? Because he's over this division.
We don't understand the thing called organization.
Organization. Hey, Carla, I heard you talking about that earlier. You just talked about the split. And I be telling you, man, sometimes you be dropping diamonds and you don't stick with it. That's what you said earlier, how it splits because narrative get in the way. You can't let narrative get in between organizations. Like even if you watch the movie with Bill Gates and the people, all them guys that's still with him now, Paul Allen, all them dudes, they used to talk about how much of an asshole he is. But you know what he used to say at the end of the day? He said, I'm a super asshole, but I'm going to make all y'all shitty rich. Y'all going to all be rich as me. Y'all just keep dealing with my attitude ass ways. Y'all all gonna have offices in different, y'all gonna have different buildings where you don't even have to deal with me no more. But first, we need to get this shit off the ground together. You got to look.
I wish black corporations would work like that.
Yeah. And that's why I tell people, when people always say, oh man, you Kala, I said, no, Kala's the OG, period. He's the OG, period. So it doesn't matter if I make more money than Kala. That still don't make way him not being smarter than me. That's that thing with black people, Kala.
I heard Afrodamus was doing a show. They were talking about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard it. Would you watch?
No, I didn't hear it. I heard you talking about it. I'm gonna go over there and listen to it.
Like saying, Kidola, show your face up here, man. I heard you had something to say, man. He called me a fool. You know.
Yeah, exactly, Dark Migo.
Nigeria.
Facts. That's what I'm trying to. That's what I be telling Kala. I like. It does not matter how much money I make. You're still smarter than me. Now I'm a better hustler. But my hustle is more street level. Your hustle is more intellectual. So why you gonna sit up there and be like, well, I got more money than him, and I got my pay, I put my pants on and say, no, the fuck I do, because at some point with a business, it got to be some intellectual footprint going on. If you're building an organization, if I came in, we ran a business, my part would only be logistics. I ain't gonna sit up there and be running my mouth as Kala, sitting up there laying the ground game just because I make, and I'm like, oh well, I make the most money. Let me get in here and talk what I talk. I'm gonna shut my stupid ass up and play my position to make the business grow. Because I be trying to tell y'all, when I be listening to these white dudes, Kala, they go by a point system when they're doing their organization. The investor, they trying to go a point, a half a point, 0.3% this quarter, 0.2% this quarter. You get what I'm saying? That's what they doing. They ain't sitting up there talking about who made the most money.
Yeah, they're trying to build, you know.
They trying to build. Kala, not only are they trying to build, they trying to motherfucking dominate.
Yeah, we gotta get to that point, man.
But that's what I was saying when we was on when I was on Dinah Show. And I said, we look at our intellectuals as weak. White people intellectual. Them white boys are dumb. Them boys in that AI field, Kala, they are trying to crush everybody. They don't give a fuck who lose their job.
Yeah, right. It's the same sad part. Is the fact that we can't get. This is a crucial time period.
Yeah.
Right during Obama's era, that's when the technology thing, the Silicon Valley,
it exploded.
Right, that was the ultimate time for us to get together and do something, build something. You know.
Tyler, be honest though. Did you see that AI shit coming the way it came? Because I didn't see it.
No, AI. I'm just learning how to use it and whatnot. Just this right now, but
what I'm saying, did you see the boom coming? I understand the way it works, but what I'm saying that I didn't see it at all coming like it coming.
No, I didn't. I heard about it, you know, artificial intelligence.
Yeah,
but I did not know it was going to be like this.
Yeah, because they got AI shit with songs and like these songs they singing. I'm like, oh no, that's too perfect of a note. That's too perfect singing. It ain't no, you don't even hear them taking a, that's how I can tell it's AI, because you don't hear them taking.
You got AI where they basically make scenarios up, right? And you can get at a real video. Like they had this one chick, black chick one night, she was like talking about, well, blah, blah, blah. Then somebody said, yo, that's AI. Rage baiting.
Yeah.
She's talking about, well, you know, I my food stamps late this month. When some racist guy did that shit look real. I was getting mad. Like, man, what is then somebody said, no, it's AI.
Right.
I'm like, damn, you couldn't tell if that was real or fake.
You cannot tell though, and it's getting, that's why you can tell what I'm telling you, the evolution of it being so real now is so it's so seamless. Because it was these two girls and they do these videos. Like one girl, she's like a stewardess. She's like a private airplane stewardess, and they got this other girl, this black girl, and she's like a whatever. And both of these chicks are not real at all. And they got these whole life stories of them doing stuff like it's real. If you didn't see the subtleties and everything, that's it. If you don't see the heart, the chest, like you can see them not breathing and everything. That's about it. But Dark Migo said it's because black people can't admit when they need help. That's what Dark Migo. Black people will always try to play the strong role. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They just don't know how to play their position. That's why I was always fortunate. Like, and when I came up in the streets, I came up with an organization of older dudes where they had all grew up, and they grew up in the 60s and the 50s when the white people was, Jim Crow and all that shit, before segregation. And these dudes like, man, look, man, we had them on our neck. We got a little freedom, man. We got to run this shit. And I learned that shit from them. Like, you don't never go against the person that's the smartest. Play your position. Play your position, and when you play your position, you master that position. You can learn everything else, but you still got to focus on your position. Yeah. And we just don't do that. That's what I'm telling you. That's the difference. And I was talking about how we don't support our intellectuals. We call our intellectuals lames. We call them geeks. We call them nerds. We pick on them. Like, white dudes, they have the movies that them nerds get picked on. The white dudes, that shit don't happen with them like that at school. Them nerds are protected at them white schools. They put them nerds in special classes.
Yeah, them nerds basically, they know when they go to the advanced AP class and whatnot. They know.
Yeah, they got them on the road to. They got on the road to stardom, intellectual scholarship. And the reason why they protect it, because they know when them boys graduate, they're going to be like, hey, my teacher back then gave me. So them white people try that shit don't happen in the black schools. The nerds have to be in the same class. They have to leave the school and go to a prep school. See, the white dudes don't have to leave the white schools to go to a better school with more white people. Black kids have to leave the school to go around white people so they can have peace of being smart. Carla, I'm telling you, dog, when in my neighborhood, I did not play that shit at all, Carla. I didn't play that shit at all. And you picking at people because they don't want to smoke weed. They don't want to get high. They want to sit out there on their steps and read books. I didn't play that shit at all. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, we got police coming, running up on us. Like, man, look, bro, who you think they're gonna say something that little nerd do right now? The police, he can tell them that, hey, they went that way. I never forget, Carla. I was on the run for the police. One of the dudes named Ant, and I always used to protect them when people fuck with it. And the police was looking for me. I was behind the house, and then him and his mom was on the front porch. They said, did you see which way he go? And he knew I was back there. And they was like, oh yeah, he went up that way. You get what I'm saying? And that's something, just little stuff like that. But you get what I'm saying? Like, when you pick on black intellectual, where else can they go but go around white people? When you treat them bad and the black women treat them bad.
Yeah, especially the black women.
Especially the black women.
Black women that want nothing to do with no nerds, man.
They call them lames. They call them lames.
Call them lame.
Call them lame. Call them square. L7.
Yeah, nigga nerds.
Yeah. We treat our intellectuals bad. And that's why I say, and we promote degeneracy. I never forget when I got out of jail, Ben, boy, the whole neighborhood was out. We had cookouts, everything. Before the night was over, I had already 3 offers from dudes, just guns and everything.
Yeah, probably put some money in your pocket too.
Put some money in my pocket. It was a dude that graduated from college. Goddamn, I think they went to Golden Corral or something. We ain't do nothing for him.
Yeah, NYO said, niggas get out of jail, everybody celebrating. Nigga graduated college, that nigga ain't shit.
Man, shit.
That's the culture. That's why I said. So that's why when people come up to me, right, when they actually need me, whatever like that, so unify. Like this last election was my revenge. That was my revenge.
Yeah.
I saw all these black women, like Sonny Houston. What's her name? Sonny Houston, whatever her name is on The View.
Yeah, that hood, right?
And she goes, I know black men are going to show up for black women.
Mm.
Like, oh, she thought so, you know?
No, what she said was she knew that black men was going to follow black women lead and vote for black women. They were telling us that that bitch Tiffany Cross, and all the mothers here talking about black men need to shut up and follow black girl magic.
Shut up.
But see, this is the thing though. I can't blame black women because black men were sitting up there while the black women were talking about black women, black men were still talking about those old women and we got to support them. And they were sitting up there talking.
I don't know if that was because every time they threw a camera on a black man, he act like, I was like, dude, man, you can say what's on your mind. Yo, just say, yo, look, man, I'm feeling Trump. I don't know what I'm gonna do. But every black man, you got big, strong, 6'5" black man, act like somebody gonna hit him with a whip.
Yeah.
So that, you know, during the election time, who you gonna vote for? Yeah, I gotta go out there and vote for Kamala. Is somebody gonna whip you? I'm like, man, this is ridiculous, man.
What do you have black men sitting up there talking about they were scared about what the fuck what the hell black women can do to you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't understand it, man. I did not get it.
I didn't get it either. I'm like, what? I'm like, hell, white people hire us. The fuck you saying? Caller, I swear, man, I ain't never see black men act as weak when they sit up there acting like they scared of black women, like they mamas or something, like they finna pull out a belt and whip them down the street.
Black women, you got Elvis, you know.
They scared to be ashamed.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Ashamed of what, Ben? Ben, what? Ben, how are black women gonna stop you from doing what you doing?
Oh, I said that's what they scared of being shamed. You know what I mean? So that's why they go along to get along.
I don't give a damn about that go along to get along shit. What does it get? He never
Hey,
got
Ben, how old are y'all? Just give a roundabout.
55.
Ben, they've been shaming black men since Oprah and Ricky Lake, shouted.
Yeah, that's when it was cool to be a single mother, proud single mothers.
Yeah,
and all that shit.
What was gonna be new? What new shaming tactics they were gonna have? They've been shaming black men for the last 30 years.
Well, black women are more educated, make more money, own more houses. They just come out in stats.
First of all, black women do not make more money than black men.
More money. Black men make way more money than black
men make more money.
Yeah, but I mean that was the stats they was giving out.
Well, yeah,
you know.
Yeah, but that's what they say. Yeah, that's what they say. So,
but black women in America are the poorest demographic.
Yeah. It's white men, white women, black men, then black women.
Yeah.
That's the way that is.
Mostly in debt, a lot of them.
Oh yeah. Carla, I almost choked my daughter this weekend when I found out about some loans that she took out when she was in school. And I was paying for the shit, but I was just paying for the base stuff. She was sitting up there talking about grants and loans. I found that shit out and she was like, well, all I got to do is work for a nonprofit. I almost choked her, Carla. I almost choked her. And she was that jump. She was like, what you jumping at me for? I was like, girl, look. I said, look, I can understand if you want to use me, but don't use me and then coming up with debt, then go against what I say. And now you want me to pay for some shit and you go to listen to all these stupid people that got you to do this stupid shit. And now you want me to pay for it. I told them I'm not paying for it. I said the day I want to choke you, so that lets me know that financially you're cut. You're fucking cut off. I took her card and everything. So she had a Capital One, you know, she's on my Capital One. I took her card from her. And I'm like, I'm sitting up here funding your lifestyle. You staying with me for free, and now I got to find out you got all this debt.
Wow.
But you sitting out here going out every weekend. You going to Cancun. You going all these girl trips with these Savannah. You going to Orange Crush. You going to LSU. You got this debt and you ain't paying nothing.
Yeah, they use Carla. What's that thing called? Klarna and Bahia. What's that shit?
Father, bro.
Them new apps they got.
Yeah. She get paid and then borrowing against her next paycheck. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is you, what is going on? And then her mama calling over there begging for money. And I'm like, you giving your mama money. I said, I'm enabling you. And that's what I said, Carla. And I just realized that as a father sometimes, because I grew up with nothing. I try to make it safe, but now I don't made it too safe. And now the bird don't know, the eagle don't know how to hunt. You know, I don't domesticated the eagle or the fox.
Right.
So now it's just sitting there just waiting. And then, you know, then her mama coming and now she's telling her mama, I said, tell your mama that you're paying me rent. But she don't told her mama that she don't give me anything. That she don't have to pay any bills. So I said, that's why you think she calling you, begging you for money? Because you don't told your mama. She don't played up under you and told you. You don't tell her you don't pay for nothing. And she know when you get paid. Hell, I don't even know when you get paid because you don't give me shit. But what I'm saying is, Carla, is that what's going on with black women, I see that with her and I see that with all their friends. Carla, they getting advice. They taking advice with each other. They getting their advice from other chicks on YouTube, TikTok, and all that shit.
Yeah, when they listen to the white feminists at first.
Everything. Yep. I don't understand how women act like that. They think money just grows on trees. They think there's always gonna be somebody there to pay for it. If not you, there's gonna be some other dude, whatnot, you know, that's good that has a responsibility to do this stuff. And the idea of the fact
that's what the advertisers do, the media. They know that marketing is that women are the biggest consumers. They impulse buy.
Hold on, let me give you a prime example of that, Ben. Why do you think that if you go to any mall in America, that 99% of all shops are geared towards women? I want y'all to think about this real hard. Name me one store in the mall that's 100% dedicated to men.
Men's Warehouse, that's not even in the mall though.
That ain't even in the mall. That's outside the mall. Even if you go to a place where they got men clothes, they got women clothes in there either. But they got several stores for women that it ain't number women stuff in there. You'll feel out of place walking up in there.
Oh, you ain't lying. Come to think of it.
Because at the end of the day, that's the way the society is built. Society is built on a term that make the woman comfortable with spending money. Because men, if you left it up to men, most men don't spend money like that. Let me tell you something, Ben. The same uniform, I got like a Ford uniform that I wear in my truck, and I promise you, Ben, I've been wearing the same Ford uniform for the last 8 years. I ain't one of them dress up truck drivers with the gold and none of that shit. You get what I'm saying?
No, I just got one suit for funerals and graduations and weddings. That's it.
I got one too. I got one for funerals, and that's dark colors, and I got one outfit for special occasions like that, and that's it. That's it. And I still got a tuck from when I got a tuck from a wedding. That's it. That's the only dress clothes I got in there. And I got, at the most, I got about 4 pair of shoes. My daughter, we went in there and counted. My daughter has over 30 pair of shoes. 30.
Yep, the only thing I brought big for myself, and that's been some years, was a 3D printer and a drone. And that was it.
I don't even do that. Because I know that as men, we ain't got nobody that's gonna help us.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? You sit up there and cry to a woman, you're gonna look weak.
Yep,
and that's what I don't.
was for tools, the printout tools. So I can't even count that. That was for fixing shit. So
right, that was beneficial to you. But what I'm saying is, men are more practical when they shop. Women are not practical when they shop. They're impulsive.
Yeah, I hate going to malls, man. Women like just to go to the mall just to go.
Just to go. Who the fuck go to the mall just to go? They're just like walking around in the grocery store just to go in the grocery store. Like I do a beeline when I go in the grocery store. It's a beeline when I go in there. Now I will go with them. I'll drop my daughter and my chick off at the grocery store. I ain't going in there with them, bro. I sit out there in the parking lot, and when they get ready to come, I pull up and go get them. I don't go nowhere with women like that.
Y'all order my shit on the app and I just pick it up. Shit.
I'm like that too. But them is that they're more body conscious. And that's why they talk about that stuff on there. So they like, hey, go to this place. This place is more body conscious. This is for like the tall women. I mean, they got different stores for different body size of women.
Yeah, ages too. It was that Sweet 16, Forever 21 and different genres and all type of shit.
They start them off young. They ain't got no Sweet 16 for boys. None of that shit. But that's where we're living at. And it just shocks me how black men just act like they scared of black women. Like they just like it just shocked me. And then I just always hear black men apologize. Like, who the fuck are you apologizing for?
The almighty unity thing. You know, we gotta unify.
Yeah, I heard you say that, Colin, when you said that every 2 years shit. I'm glad you said that.
What?
Every around election time, they go to doing that. We need to unify. They amp that up around election time.
Oh, let's all come to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You know? The fuck out of here with that shit. I
heard Roland Martin. He was like, yeah, y'all stupid fools. What you gonna do? I know the Democrat ain't doing that far, but what we gonna do? We got to vote for the Democrat.
I'm gonna get my popcorn, my chips, and on election night, just watch all the fucking chaos come in. You know, knowing that none of this shit was gonna affect me whatsoever. Really, I got nothing on the ballot. Nothing gonna affect me whatsoever. That's the way they got it. You know, I could see if, let's say, there was something that happened during Obama's time period that we're still benefiting from, like a stimulus or something like that. They want to extend, and we're all making money doing these things. We're not. Ain't nothing on the table. We got nothing.
Nothing.
You know, since we got nothing table. Hey, look, you know. We give you an example. In where I live at, I don't know if they had that down there. You had the cash for clunkers. Did you guys have that down there?
Yeah. We had that too.
Imagine if they was expending the cash for clunkers, man. I go to a junkyard, fucking. You know how lucrative that would be if I went to a junkyard, bought a bunch of freaking cars, traded them into a freaking a dealership, right? Get that $5,000 and put that in my. That could have been a lucrative business, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, getting rid of clunkers, right? But no, they didn't give nothing. The dealership made some money when people traded in, whatever like that. It was there for like about a year, I think. You know, that was it, right? The average person, Joe, could not get into the business, right? And start saying, "Oh, okay, look, let's get some of these clunkers off the street," you know, and get into the business, whatever like that. Same thing with the housing and whatnot. You know, all the money dried up and everything like that.
Yeah.
Money dried up, everything like that. You know, I was about to get into housing. I was about to get into real estate at that time. You know what I'm saying? Because there was all this money going around. The fat cats made their money. The
corporations made that money.
Yeah, Norfolk, all the fat cats, man, they revitalized this part of Ocean View. Beautiful, right? When it comes down to you and me getting the money and whatnot, there was nothing left.
Nothing.
What the hell are we anymore? You know what I'm saying?
Because see, the thing about it, they had already the organization.
Yeah.
We have no organization.
How did we get started? We're just now trying to put our little grassroots organization together to get some money and whatnot. And next thing you know, the opportunity is gone.
But this is what I'm saying, Carla, is that Obama knew this. So he could have said, well, you know what? I'm going to put together panels of justice lawyers or whatever, you know what I'm saying, or business. I put like businessmen to help everybody form a business and break out some companies where you can buy some land to store the thing. He could have did something to organize. What I'm telling you is that he didn't do anything. So the people that was already had the businesses, they made the money off of it.
And then also, we didn't have really good community. Remember something, none of our grassroots organizations like Al Sharpton, they're not businessmen.
Hell no.
We don't like other people who got actual businessmen, people making deals, organizing their community. We got a bunch of spokesmouths and whatnot, you know. As long as Al Sharpton gets invited to the White House and he gets to have that dinner and sit there, that's all it takes. That's what passes for black leadership.
Yeah. And let me tell you something. If Roland Martin used that shit the way he run that for his caping for the demo, if he used that for his business for black people, he would be awesome. But he
used it for himself. He got like $500,000 from Kamala Harris.
Yeah. Roland Martin is a guerrilla hustler for himself. And he's doing it all for his media thing. You get what I'm saying? So he's not doing anything to bring even when he talk about the organization, he's talking about black men vote. It's all got to do with voting in politics. And they trying to get some money out of the Democrat Party. And I try to tell people that why would the Democrat Party give y'all any money? Go ahead.
You're my advisor, right? I got this white guy. I said that I will let him up at the 4-hour mark on the show and whatnot. And I was going to give him 5 minutes. Should I let him up? See what he has to say. It's up to you.
I'm gonna say no, man. Just, keep this thing, I mean, I just ain't never heard nothing that a white person can say that's going to be beneficial for us. Everything we talking right now, even in our discredit for black people we still talking about how we can change and how we need to do better. I can't think of none that a white person can say. That's
like I said, I tried, folks, but I go by my listeners.
Yeah, I ain't.
Let the guy up,
And they always put a spin on shit. They never come direct. There's always going to be a spin on some excuse.
Yeah.
Well, this guy.
All that I like. I don't want to hear a white person talking about they like black people and all that. Because at the end of the day, y'all are the power structure. So if you like black people, where you're helping some black people out, getting some type of, put them in the game or whatever. Just sit up there talking about you like black people and you cool with black people. That ain't enough for me, Ben. Do you get what I'm saying? That ain't enough for me. Knowing that you gotta, that just like you being working at Waffle House, and then I own 6 Waffle House, and I'm telling you, yeah, man, Ben, Ben working at Waffle House, he's cool. I ain't trying to help you get managed. I ain't helping you, but trying to see if you want to be a junior manager or you want to get into the franchise or anything. You get what I'm saying?
You guys, I put it out there. I'm trying to expand, but hey, look, you guys say no right now.
And Ben, I'm telling you, that's the reason why I didn't like Jesse Jackson, because I felt like even though he didn't become president, I think that he had enough juice that he could have became governor of one of these states. And a governor runs the whole state, Ben. So that means that
Jackson didn't like to be. He never had political office, so he didn't like to be tied down. Remember something? He liked sleeping in late.
I agree with you, Carla.
Traveling around and whatnot.
I agree with you, Carla. He didn't want to be tied down to no office, or he didn't want to be tied down to he wanted to talk black, but he didn't want to use power to talk black, to be black. Let me tell you something, Ben. A governor has all the power of the state.
They got their own military, the National Guard,
They got their own military. And you can't tell me that if he would have been the governor of some state, that he could have, black people would have came there. You get what I'm saying? And then we would have been.
As I recall, we had the one guy, Moore in Maryland. Maryland's a joke, But we had Governor Wilder back when I first moved to Virginia. He was a good governor. But you rarely ever find, 3 times in history, where a black man ever get to the point of governor of a state.
Carla, that's my whole point. And now you got Byron Donalds. That motherfucker. Hey, listen, I ain't got no problem with Byron Donalds because he playing his part over there. You get what I'm saying? He gonna be 100% red MAGA. Jesse Jackson was going to be the closest person that we would have had a fully black president that would quote unquote for the people that had a T-shirt with Martin Luther King blood on it that could have been governor, and he didn't even try. What I'm saying is, Ben, he didn't even try to go for any position to help black people.
Jesse Jackson could have easily won governor of South Carolina.
Easy.
Yeah, you governors like you got your own country, you know.
Hell yeah! Let me tell you something. Excuse me. Look how Ron DeSantis was running Florida, and then you, the governor, you make your own laws for your own goddamn state. You change state legislators. You change the way schools operate.
We have never gotten to the point where people talk about, oh, we're gonna take over 4 or 5 states. You know, look,
No, niggas want to be mayor all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Mayor's nothing.
Yeah. And then on top of that, the mayor works for the governor, Ben.
Yeah, the police, the state police, the prison system, all that goes under the governor.
Oh, that's it. He controls everything. He controls the way the federal dollars. He the one that tells where the federal dollars go to in the state. The federal dollars go through the governor's office, Ben.
Yeah,
And
like
Jesse Jackson,
they made that legal in California. The governor, you know, I know you got, you know, states' rights and you know, the feds, you know, but you can really change and make your own damn laws, gun laws, all that.
Yeah, you can. It's what laws you want to. Because the laws are there. Is which one you want to enforce.
Yep.
Because it's just like in Atlanta now. If you get caught less than an ounce, you get a citation. The governor had to approve that. Because at any day he could call up Mayor Dinkins in Atlanta and tell him your ass up out of here. It ain't nothing he can do about it. But go out and protest.
All that.
School superintendents, all of that. And that's why I was so that books, school, lunches, everything.
The curriculum.
And you ever notice that we don't make a majority in any state?
Nope. And Kala, that's why I'm trying to tell you that he was a shit eater. Not because he was a bad person, that he could have been the first. Jesse could have came to a state, and that state would have been majority black people.
Yeah, South Carolina.
And he would have been, and listen, Kala, he would have been the governor as long as he could have been governor in that state. Nobody was going to beat him. Who was going to run against him?
If South Carolina could have got at least 51% black population, he could have won easily.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, okay, that ain't it. Then goddamn go for governor. See, I can understand Kamala because she was actually the vice president. So even if she tried to run for governor, which I don't think she would get in Florida, it would be like a letdown for her, and her political career is over anyway. But Jesse Jackson, that was the only thing he ever went for was presidency. So he ain't never get no office. And then he could say, okay, let me get governor, and then he could have ran for governor. And what could have ran for that 2 terms, 3 terms, 4 terms, and then try to go for president.
At least Barack Obama, he got in the Senate first, you know.
Yeah, he was a junior senator, but he still was a senator.
Yeah, Jesse Jackson got the name mechanism already.
And that's why I'm trying to tell y'all that as black people, they just come around and we do these talking points. So right now they sitting up here talking about affordability and voters' rights and all that, and talking about this the most consequential election of your life. So they say that shit every 2 years.
This is the most important. I remember Oprah said that. This is the most important election of our lifetime. I forgot what year was that.
And they always say, well, I know we said that last year, but we really mean it.
This is the most important election of our lifetime, you know.
We for real this time.
I mean, what I would love to hear, because we got a couple of months. What is it going to be the pitch for us to get out and vote? We got to get out and vote for what?
So we can put some check and balances on the president.
So what? Look, the bottom line is this. So far, you know, like I said, this Iran war has nothing to do with me.
Nothing.
The thing I don't like is the gas prices, and I haven't heard anybody tell me how they're going to bring the gas prices down. You know,
no, it ain't going to be over till the gas prices go down.
Is that war still going on? I ain't hear nothing about that.
They in like a I ain't gonna call it a cold water. I'm gonna call it a cold water. It's like a cold water war. They ain't really shooting at each other right now.
The quagmire, ain't no nowhere.
And the Ukraine they still going at it, right?
Oh, they going at it. Yeah, they going at it though. There's like a 30,000 people a month dying from that shit.
Yeah,
like they don't. Hey, Ben, they don't went to all drones.
Oh yeah, they going guerrilla warfare now.
They guerrilla warfare. They ain't playing that shit. All they talking about their human rights. They ain't playing that shit. Ukraine hitting shit like they got a store like Amazon distribute like a Walmart Supercenter. He over there doing the same thing with his drones. So now the media don't stop trying to make it seem like Russia doing all the bad stuff, and cause he over there trying to play dirty too, cause he ain't got no win. That's just like if South Carolina trying to fight against Texas or California. Like, it's no match. Russia just don't want to go in there and wipe it all out. What they trying to do, they just gonna starve them out. Because Trump ain't with that shit. He ain't giving up no weapons like that unless they pay for it. Trump making them pay for the weapons, man. Ain't no on consignment, ain't no doing us no favors, ain't no deals, nothing. You got to pay for it.
Yeah,
so that's how he getting the money. Yeah, that's how he getting the money for the European Union. Because the European Union is buying some of the money. And Trump was like, yeah, we ain't giving no deals. You can buy
they part of NATO or something. NATO's helping them out.
Well, no. NATO can't do it. It got to be because if NATO did it, NATO is just brokering the deals. Or like the weapons, they're allowing the weapons to sit.
Ukraine is not part of NATO.
Yeah, Ukraine is not part of NATO. NATO is like the mediator with the weapon sales.
Okay.
Do you get what I'm saying? So if the European and all the NATO country has military equipment on the NATO sites. So they're just buying them, and then the NATO people is taking the weapons to Ukraine. Because the Ukraine can't go there and fly the weapons back. They have to get brought to Ukraine. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
And they can't get attacked. Russia can't attack them because if they attack NATO, then everybody else is gonna get it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, I'm telling you, man, the way they set the shit up is so smooth. So they buy the weapon, European get them the money, buy the weapon from America, and then America lets NATO take the weapons over there. And once they get there and leave, now Russia can try to attack the weapons, and what Russia do when they buy those weapons, they start sending all them drones on now so they can use up the weapons to shoot them down.
Crazy.
It's a wild game, Ben. It's a wild game, and we still sit up here trying to figure out how we gonna get along and rugged individualists. That's what I'm telling you. Like we're black people. We're not in the same race as everybody else. Like we think that we are, but we ain't in the same.
Black America does not. Black people in America, at least the immigrants. I would say this, and I was gonna say this on Dynasty Show, but he didn't let me up for some reason. Thing was. I don't know what that was all about. He had me in the back chat. He didn't let me up.
Did you come at the end or something?
No, I was there. No, I was there an hour and a half into the show. Anyway, check this out. But then when I tried to get back on, it said the studio's full. Anyway, I'll say this, right? The one guy was running his mouth about the immigrants need to bow down, and we did the civil rights movement. I say this. This is my whole thing. We gave all that up in the late 80s and 90s when we went into the streets, the gangster, all of us. We didn't carry on the legacy of the civil rights movement and stuff like that, right? But yet we want these immigrants to be like, well, what our ancestors did was what they did. We didn't follow up in the 70s, 80s, and everything like that. So when the immigrants came over here, they had a tranquil community to come to. They came here in all chaos because we took to the streets. We got into crack. We got into gangster rap. We got into all this shit like that. And our culture, now we want to sit back and be like, well, don't you remember Martin Luther King and civil rights? Yeah, that was them. but we fucked up in the 70s, in the 80s and 90s and whatnot with our culture. And that's what immigrants see. Like, damn, man, well, y'all talking all this nonsense and whatnot, you know. We understand what your ancestors did in the 60s.
Right.
Whatnot, you know. What the fuck did y'all do? And now these FBA people want the immigrants to bow down to them, which they didn't have nothing to do with. Well, shit, they didn't have nothing to do with.
Ben, let me tell you, let me explain something, because I heard you and Carla on the show the other day. Let me explain something to you. See, when you go to Africa, the difference is when you go to Africa, Nigeria, and other places, you're gonna have to deal with them Nigerians. You're gonna have a handler. You're gonna have somebody to walk you through, help you out, speak the language or whatever. When the immigrants come off the boat or come off the plane, they see that, you know what? The way this system's set up over here, we ain't even got to talk to black people. The black people ain't doing the hiring. The black people ain't doing the firing. The black people at the post office, that's the only thing you got to deal with black people is at the mail.
Now, American Freeman said I'm lying. No, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. You know, we fucked up, you know. Don't come over here and talk about American Freeman when the fucking, you know, we dropped the ball. We dropped the ball. We didn't take on Edgar Evers and Martin Luther King and all this and Malcolm X. We forgot who Malcolm X was.
No, we didn't drop the ball, Colin. We didn't even pick it up.
We didn't pick up the ball, but now, you know.
We didn't pick it up to drop it.
Now you want to be like, oh, FBA, I'm FBA. Y'all might bow down to me. No, nigga, bro. No.
Now, Ben, I understand when y'all think they should, but like they really don't have to, because Ben, let me ask you a question, because I know you're in Canada, but you used to stay in America, right?
Yeah, born and raised West Side Chicago.
West Side Chicago. Let me ask you a question. This is not to get into they're just facts. When an immigrant step off that plane, what do they got to talk to black people about?
Well, nothing really. And I wouldn't ask for nobody to bow down. I just said FBA is just a lineage. That's it. It wasn't about no agenda.
That the immigrants ought to bow down to them because of what Martin Luther King did.
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
Well, maybe you don't say that, Ben, but Carla's right. A lot of them talking about, man, they got to pay homage and all that. Like, let me tell you something, Ben. Let me tell you something, Ben. If I came from Africa, and let me tell you something, I'm from Africa, and I see all the black people I know about how they're the most popular people in the world. And then I get off that boat and I see these motherfuckers is shooting and killing each other. They don't run shit. When every job that I go to put in the application for, it's a white person that's doing the hiring. When I go to the banks, Ben, it's a white person that's giving me the bank accounts.
Yeah, I give you the loan for a house.
Huh?
I give you a loan for the mortgage for a house.
Whatever. What I'm saying, anything for me to survive in America, it's a white person that's handing that to me. What the fuck would I have to deal with black Americans for? They have no power at all. And I don't even want to live in their neighborhoods.
Now, American Freeman says they think we'll still say no. What happened is it's that great history of the 50s and the 60s and everything like that. We didn't build upon that. So it looked like by the time the 90s came around, it looked like, damn, we just got off the plantation. That middle class we had and whatnot, the Cosby Show and all that. You know, whatnot. We Black America was formidable one time. We had Ebony Magazine. You know, we had.
Well, he said go to a black bank. Black banks don't take no type of risk at all. They don't deal with no. I tell you what, American Bank, name the black banks. Name them.
You can't get no loan.
They had one in Chicago that was brought by the Ghanaians. They were stealing people.
They ran to the ground.
You can't go in there and get no $100, $200, $300,000 loan with that no black bank. Cause they don't even have to take risk. The counsel out risk. Like me, I can go in there and get a loan, Ben, cause my credit score high. Ben, I'm telling you, for nothing in the world, I cannot get my credit score over 824 to save my life. I don't know what I need to do. I can't get it over.
What is your debt ratio like on the credit card? That's usually the main thing.
Not even 1%. I got over 163,000 in credit.
Okay, in your utilization is what?
Is under 1%.
On your credit cards?
Yeah, 0.5. Ben, let me tell you something. I'm one of the rare people in America that I make money from credit card companies. Credit card companies don't make no money off me. I pay all my credit cards within 30 days.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Capital One sent me a letter last year. I got from Capital One last year. I got $861 back in them for cash back. So I know which credit cards to use. Like when I go to Costco, I use my Bank of America Visa. I get 3% there. When I do all my eating out at restaurants, I use my American Express Delta. You know what I'm saying? I get 3% and Delta Sky Miles.
Oh yeah.
Then I got my brand. I got it down pat. And you know who taught me all this? It was this goddamn crackhead dude that couldn't stay out of jail when I was in prison. That nigga taught me everything. He taught me how to do credit, get with credit. Because after I got my credit up, that's when I left the credit union. Because credit union is only good if you're trying to build credit. They're not good if
like
you already
training wheels.
It's training wheels. A lot of people don't understand that. So once you get your credit up, now you got to go to a bank that's going to charge you money if you don't keep a certain amount of money in there. Like I got Wells Fargo and I got Bank of America, and both of my accounts at the Wells Fargo, the account that I have in there, I got to have at least I think $7,500 in there, so I don't get, but I get the perks.
Yeah. But then, you see, they don't make money off the people with good credit because
they don't make
with the late fees and all that shit.
But that's why my credit score puts me in the 3%. I think I'm in the 6% in the nation. With an 824 credit score.
Because any lease you can give, and they had those lists, they all $199 a month, but it'd be safe for exceptional credit. You know what I'm saying? You can
anything I get when I'm saying that when I go out for something, it's competition to get me to sign on something.
Yeah.
And so I get even if I try to go get a car, anything, I get the dealer. I get the dealer or I qualify for the dealer employee rates. Anything I get, but what I'm saying is I'm gonna pay. They waiting for me one day to buy something that I can't pay off in 30 days.
Oh yeah, get the interest.
To get that interest, and I'm 100% against interest. Like my Capital One and my American Express, I put at least $250 on that shit, $300 on there every week. Because I use the one to pay for I use my other, it's called Bread Financial American Express. They give me the most on fuel. So I use that to pay my fuel. And I get like almost $1,000. I don't know how much you put in your truck, Ben, but on my truck, it's over like $1,100 a week in fuel. And I pay all that shit off within 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
And
you get the perks too, the air lounges and all that. You go to the airport.
I get all that. The airline, I don't even use it. My daughter and my son and my child use it. I don't even like going in that room. If I fly, I just don't do it because I'm just from the gutter like that. They go in there sending all that people food all out there and drinks and watching TV. I just sit out there with my headphones on and I'm good. I let them go in there and enjoy that shit. I got all that shit on my Delta American Express, bro. And then I got the Hilton one too. They said, well, hey, you got the Delta one. We got a Hilton one too. And then after I did that, and then they gave me an Apple card. Let me say something, Ben. My son wanted an Apple. He wanted a MacBook Pro, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was like, they was like, well, just see if you qualify for it and you can get an extra, because he got the $100 off because he taking college class. Let me tell you, Ben, let me tell you how stupid I am. Colin was on the phone and he asked me what my son's GPA is. I'm so stupid, Ben. I didn't know that it can go past a 4.0. I had no idea. I just said, oh, he got a 4.0. And my son said, no, I got a 4.3 or 4.4. I actually thought he was lying. I didn't know that it goes past 4.0. That's how stupid I am. But anyway, so he wanted to get the MacBook. He said, well, Dad, just try to get, because he's doing the college courses. In college, they give $100 off if he uses his college ID, because he's taking one class.
Yeah,
so he still get
the college email they use to validate.
He got the college email, exactly. And he in the ninth grade. So 9th or 10th. He going to the 10th. So then they said, well, if you go get the Apple, because they got the Apple American Express, Apple Master from Saks Smith or whatever. And it's like, I'm telling brother, you see this card it's like a card I ain't never got. This motherfucker feel like a piece of steel.
Oh, it's metal. Yeah.
It's like metal and everything. And it don't have nothing on there but a Apple on the front. It don't have no numbers or nothing on it.
No, just a chip. That's it.
Yep, it got the chip and it got Goldman and Sachs on the back, and it's got your name, no numbers at it. It has no numbers, no expiration dates, nothing.
No, they hook up with your phone. That's what it's supposed to do.
It hooks up with the phone. So when I went and got the thing, so the laptop my son got, it coming to be like $1,400. So I was like, well, go ahead and we'll try it. And he put it in there, and I'm thinking like they were just gonna give me, the money for the, 2,000 or 3,000 being. Let me tell you, this on my mama's grade, and I don't swear that often. They came back with 12,000.
Oh yeah, they want you to get the iPad. They want you to ball out.
They want me to ball out, and so they gave me 12,000. I think it's $12,400. That's what they gave me. I'm talking about they didn't even ask me how much I wanted. How much I wanted.
Just off the system. You ain't have to go to validation or nothing. That's just off this.
No validation. They ain't check my bank. I ain't have to put in how much I made or nothing. All they saw is my social security number, and they pulled my credit score. They gave me $12,400. I bought that bank because this is one thing I like about Apple that I didn't know. If you buy, so we bought it in July or June. In the middle of the month. So you got 30 days to pay it by the next month. If you buy it in June 15th, you got to pay it by July the 15th, right? Apple ain't like that. If you buy in June, the middle of June, you got 45 days to pay it off. So you got to the end of the month. They don't go by the date you bought it. They go by the last day of the month.
Yeah.
So I had 45 days to pay it off. You know what I'm saying? And so now I'm hooked on Apple. And so, of course, and then my daughter came right behind and got her iPhone 17. And I still paid that off within 30 days. Well, 45 days. So you just learn the system. You say, buy the phone, buy it. Don't buy it at the first of the month. Buy it the end of the first week or the middle of the second week, and you'll have 45 days to pay it off. And on top of that, hold on, this is the point. This is a good part. When you buy through Apple, they gave me back for the iPhone and my son's laptop. They gave me $120. It went to your Apple card.
Yeah, the points back, cash back.
Yeah, they put it, but they don't put it on the MasterCard. They put it on your Apple card. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then you can use the money from the Apple card to pay off the
bill.
The bill.
You know, pay the minimum payment if you wanted to do that.
So now everybody in my family wants me to put the thing on the, they want to use my card. I'm like, hell no, I ain't trusting y'all niggas like that because they know I'm going to pay it and then they just going to pay me back the money. I ain't with that shit.
Yeah, they use you as the bank.
Where is a yearly fee? That's where they jerk your, but that's what I'm saying. When you, American Freeman, when your credit is good, they will waive those yearly fees. I don't get yearly fees.
Yeah. I think American Express, when you first get it, but they give you so much back, like free hotel, airfare and shit. They kind of, if you want to go next year, they'll break it down. You can call them up and tell them, hey, I'm thinking about leaving, and they'll waive it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can get it waived at American Express. You get what I'm saying? Especially if you spend so much money. The money that I spend every month with American Express is almost up to like $2,000 a month. And I'm paying it back. So that's why they keep going up on my available credit, and then they waiving the fees. I'm milking their ass, bro.
Yeah, because the stores pay them extra money to use American Express. That's how they make their money too.
You get what I'm saying? And so, and on top of that, like all of that shit is connected. You know what I'm saying? Like the way that they set up business. And that's when I found out it's poor people that make credit companies money.
Oh yeah, and the tripped out thing about this is people think you got to be rich to get good credit, but if you know how to work it with the utilization and that kind of shit, You can be on welfare and have a 700 score.
Yeah. Now this is the thing with American Express, American Freeman. You can't get that APR change. They ain't changing that APR.
Oh,
they ain't changing that. Yeah, they ain't. You can't get that reduced because it's a privileged card. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you get those big ones, you get what I'm saying? Like I got.
What's it? The Chase Sapphire.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Yeah. And see, I keep mine at the thing, like people that fly a lot, they'll get the medallion one. And I don't fly that much to get the medallion American Express. So I just like the Delta one because I eat out a lot. And so therefore I get free flights. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And some of those those flights, those airlines are hooked up together. They kind of have an umbrella thing.
Yeah.
You know, if you
And that's
fly
why I like
international.
Delta.
Yeah.
Delta got the international out of Atlanta. You fly straight to Nigeria. 10-hour flight now. You get what I'm saying? And so you get that. And you know, and that's what I use on my whole family. They prefer Delta anyway, especially out of Atlanta. Delta is number one. So, you know,
But
and
it's
they
the poor
get
people that's paying for all your perks now. You know that, right?
that's paying for all my perks.
Yeah.
It's the people that only paid the minimum balance.
The minimum.
They
the late fees now. They make billions off of late fees at Wells Fargo.
billions.
And overdraft fees.
Wells Fargo last month made $10 billion from late fees
And overdraft fees.
and overdraft. $10 billion.
Just a fee. It's crazy.
And it's amazing. And then people like, well, you know how you do it? Cause I don't go spend I ain't at the club, I ain't at the bar, I ain't finna go buy no $8 beer bin. I don't give a fuck how much money I got.
So they buying shit and they don't have the money to pay for it. That's the thing. They ain't just using the credit card for convenience. They using it like that Klarna apps and all that shit. You can finance Chipotle now.
Because Ben, is that black people don't see saving money as sexy.
No, they want instant gratification.
Black people want instant gratification when they spend their money. So they see spending money is their way. So he said, set up reoccurring automatic minimum payments each month in case you can't pay off balance. But you still paying the interest. You paying. See, this is the thing, American Freeman. What a lot of people don't understand. You pay a minimum interest. You pay your minimum interest rate fee, and then you pay a daily compound added to the interest. So it's a daily compound. It's a daily compound as a percentage. Every single day that you don't pay, it's small and it seems like it's nothing to you. But if they got 20 million, 30 million customers and they get an extra 5 cents, that's 150,000.
Yep, you paying $100 for that Chipotle over the long run.
You get what I'm saying? Like, I know y'all hear me talk about shit, but when it comes to credit, I'm on it. And just think, Ben, it was a dude that I was locked up in prison with that couldn't stay out. I'm talking about smart as shit, but couldn't stay off them drugs. Told me everything about credit and how to do it. He was like, man, look, he said, I know you're going to do it the way you talk. Because I was running the store and the gambling thing, in jail, So he was like, man, look, he said, I'm going to put you on the game. He like, you can use it. He said, man, you know what's so sad? He said, my kids don't even deal with me because I can't stay out. He said, but I'm going to put you on something that I can't even do for myself. And nobody even going to give me the money because when I get out, I'm going to fuck up again. And I'm talking about this dude, he one of those dudes, Ben, when he get locked up, but this dude, his hair get all wavy and shit. You wouldn't even think he's on that shit in jail.
I did for my son, when he turned about 16, you can do that. What do you call it when you put somebody on the account?
Yeah.
And some other shit. When he turned 18, he had like a 700 score. You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
And I told him it's up to you. You can benefit yourself while you can fuck yourself up.
And that's how my daughter ended up with that debt. I put her on my Mace because you find out which one is best for kids to build up their credit score. Take a wild guess which one is number one. It's the Macy's card. The Macy's
store credit cards.
Store credit card. I put my daughter on my Macy's and my Target, and those two took her credit up, and that's how she borrowed that money, Ben, without me knowing. And now she owe $40,000. Talking about can I
She'll
help
be able
her?
to get it by just going on the computer, and this is automatically going to approve her.
Just by going on the computer, and she don't ran herself in the hole, and she been trying to dig herself out of it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But my son is way smarter. He's like, man, look, I'm lazy. I see you got the power. Let me just do what you tell me to do, and I'm gonna get what I want. My daughter is, she'll go out there with them females and be like, girl, we got to go here, going out there with trying every restaurant, and she just spinning her card. And she ain't even looking at the interest rate and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the YOLO mentality.
It's a crazy way that we are. And let me tell you something, Ben. Now, I mean, I learned a lot from the dude and let me tell you, I was gonna kill him too, because he didn't want to give up that bottom bunk. It's amazing, Ben. In Georgia, it's the bottom bunk, but if you go out west, it's the top bunk. It's the craziest thing, but that's just how it is. I was gonna kill him because he had like he didn't want to get off that bottom bunk. And I hate to say that, but that's what was gonna happen. You get what I'm saying?
Why is it the top bunk does? So they can look out more or something? Or
in the West Coast, it's like they have higher ground. You get what I'm saying? So because they got tiers. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiers. We only had 2 tiers in Georgia. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So it was just a different thing in South, because I ran the store, so I had all my stuff under the bed, the store, the snacks, and all that shit, selling the snacks, had the thing for the gambling cards, everything was under the bed, you know what I'm saying? So it was like a little store.
Yeah, extra
so
storage.
I had, so my storage was under the bed and in the locker. You get what I'm saying? So he was going to give it up, and he was like, man, I'm old. Because he was talking about, he was like, his bed, I'm like, bro, you don't give it that bottom bed, you're going to have more than the back problems or whatever. And I said, man, I like you. I said, but you're going to have to get that bed or goddamn, you're going to have to get up out this room, bro. You know what I'm saying? I told him straight up, and he understood. He really understood. He was like, man, I like how you are, bro. He said, I'm going to go ahead and get on up there, man. He said, but if I get up there, we ain't going to have no issues or nothing. I was like, bro, if you get up there, I ain't got to hear another word about it. We cool. And once we did it, because he wanted to be in the room with the star man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He wanted to be in the room with that. I throw him a bag of chips, get him some coffee. We were selling coffee like Nick bags. We had little plastic. We're putting little grind up coffee in a little bag for $0.25, 50 cents. Like I was hustling like that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, they fucking around with some boxing in there.
Yeah, bro. We betted on everything. And so what I would do is I would buy these deck of cards and I would put like little symbols on the cards, because we couldn't use money and we couldn't put snacks show again. So we use cut up. So I would buy like 7 decks of cards, and I would just every day I would cut up a deck, and then I would put little markers. Just think of crazy thing so nobody could you just put the chips out there, and for the dudes would come in and bring me store items, and I would give them so many chips, so many cut up squares with each design on them. And then
I got Ben Yuko on right now. Ben,
how you guys doing today?
What's going on?
Oh man, it's been an amazing week of hearing things going on. Basically, there's no power going on in Gary, Indiana. We supply.
Yeah, it's really bad. And the state corporation, electric corporation, took in $3 billion in the last quarter.
Very interesting. I would have thought there would be a nation built right now. I thought they would have think about having a nation built for ourselves.
Well,
black people?
Black people are too comfortable in America. They don't care what it is, what not. That's the next stage of Black American development. Like I said, we the pinnacle was Barack Obama's presidency in 2008, right? It pivoted out by 2000.
That just made things worse.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is that basically was the climax of the civil rights movement and all the stuff like that. He
Right.
said, what was it called? It's almost like a busting a nut. That was election 2008 was like busting the biggest nut, and that's it. And after that, man, you just like, oh shit, you come off that high, or you get high. After that, that was it. What's the next high?
I think we got buyer's remorse after that too, Carla.
Yeah, but that's what that happens. Like you busting a girl, and a couple years later, she's pregnant, and you're like, damn, man, it was good that night, man, but goddamn.
I got to deal with this chick for 18 years.
Yeah, for the next 18 years, you taking care of some fucking crumb snatcher and shit,
Yeah, that's pretty much what you have going on. But it's again, yeah, they had this WNBA situation where it's very, very so hypocritical. So hypocritical of these. They said that they're going to say like more women like really support the sport. There's more men supported than women. There's something. The logic is missing.
When I watch the WNBA, I started watching it. I like watching chicks play. They actually play good. I'm surprised. They're actually pretty good. I'm like, play. I don't want to see a dude up there talking with a dick talk about running up and down the court. The fact that you're looking at a woman play and women playing against each other, I don't want to see a man playing in women's sports or not. I don't want to see that.
No, I don't want to see this. But you guys were talking about finances, and I wanted to tie this into the grifting crew that we got, that our usual suspects. The Earn Your Leisure. What do you guys think about this Earn Your Leisure, folks? That say, "Oh, we're not black," and the black folks want to go look for them for advice about finances, where these guys are not financial. A lot of those guys were scammers.
Right. Well, but see, Ben, we was having this conversation earlier about Carla, is that you don't have to be like, Carla is trained in what he do, and he took tests and everything. You ain't got to do none of that shit to get on YouTube. You ain't got to have no type of certification. You ain't got to have you just got to be good at doing research. And it's basically a lot of that shit on the internet is plagiarism.
Yeah, trolling, just back and forth, content create. I can't do it, I'm like, I couldn't do it.
Right. And you would have think that people will go get a degree to have a skill, and these people just come up and they, oh, I'm a master of this. I asked, where's the certification? Where's your?
And not only that, you know what the danger part about it is? Because they're making a lot of money, they're giving bad advice. They're twisting history around, the alternate history, and so the bottom line is, in the future, you gotta look at this, right? History goes by this. Like 10, 15 years ago, there's nobody was saying they're Native American. There was nobody saying the FBA. There's none of this stuff like this. Because you got people online all day, all night. That's all they do is all day and all night pushing this nonsense and getting paid for it, right? People don't pick up books anymore. They don't read. That's dangerous.
That's Barnes and Nobles don't went out of business down here.
Yeah, that's
people are listening to content creators for history, for anything. People who don't have any knowledge or anything, and also they're taking financial advice from them.
Carla, let me take it even a step further. You got it now that you can go to sleep. These dudes doing 2-3 hour shows that you can just put it on and let it play while you doing something else, or cooking or cleaning or laying down. Like, you could be on your phone playing a game or strolling, because that's the way YouTube is now. Carla, like, people
they made it worse. They made it so worse.
They made it worse. They made it worse when you minimize your screen. So that means that I can minimize the screen, listen to you, Carla, while I still be on Instagram, I can still be playing a video game, all that, and minimize the screen to listen. So now the mind is completely being fed with some bullshit and then entertainment, and that's why we stuck.
Yeah, they call it AI for sleep or something like that. That was wrong programs.
The worst thing that ever happened to us, man, is social media.
Social media is the worst thing that happened to black people.
Yeah, it's destroying Black America. I do admit.
It's the worst thing because at first it was Instagram, now it's YouTube. Instagram and YouTube is now.
Your worst is TikTok.
But that's what I'm saying. TikTok came after that. After all that, got stronger. Instagram was the first.
It started it. Then YouTube picked it up. Then Snapchat. Then you can do it on the. Then you can do it on the. Then you can
Hold on, but let me tell you something. You know, Snapchat don't came back with these kids because now they're saying like, well, we going to jail for Instagram and all that. Now they can do more dangerous shit on Snapchat because the shit get deleted. See what I'm saying? So now the kids is back. Now they doing the drill and all that gang shit. They do it on Snapchat because the messages or the pictures get deleted. Instagram and all that. Instagram holds the pics. Snapchat to delete the pic.
Mr. Freeman says that American Freeman says he's glad social media destroyed Pan. It didn't destroy it, dude. We're still doing what we got to do. The real Pan Africans are still doing it. It destroyed the fake Pan Africanism. You know, the one to be commercial Pan Africanism and stuff like that. Yeah, they destroyed that. But
like Umar and those guys.
Yeah, the Umar Johnsons and but people like me who still doing what I gotta do, whatever like that, I ain't stopped one bit. It ain't changed me one bit.
Well, I feel like with ADOS and FBA, when that started, that's when they really started destroying it.
With the ADOS FBA movement, you know, they basically, you know, this it's out there. It's out there, but the thing is, though, check this out. It's important for people to understand something. Have you ever seen an ADOS FBA building? Have you ever seen them in a building?
No.
Have you ever seen them in a round table? You know, a round table with pictures up in ADOS in the background. Have you ever seen them in any brick and mortar place of business? Have you ever seen that? The only way you see them is in comment sections on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitter, and stuff like that. They don't exist. It don't exist. It looks like it's everywhere. Outside of the internet, ADOS FBA does not exist.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
It's solely an internet thing. Just like, let me tell y'all something. Some of those internet banks, like they got them in, I don't know about in Liberia where Kali go to, but in Nigeria, they got a lot of internet banks. Like they have no brick and mortar. You got PalmPay, you got PalmPay, you got OPay, you got these banks that are just online banks where no brick and mortar.
Fintech banks, they call it.
Right. And that's just how FBA is, and it's still a age bracket to that shit. It's like a 28-year-old, 28 close to 30 on up. The young people don't know nothing about that shit. And so therefore, you know, and you know what? I always did this thing, Ben, is where I say that why is 45 million worried about 1 million? Then something clicked in my brain the other day. I said it ain't 45 million because 45 million don't know about FBA. It's only maybe like 100,000, 50 to 100,000 black people that know about FBA. So hold on, Colin. Actually, I get what FBA saying now. They are that's why they're so bothered, because the immigrants sticking together. Black people ain't sticking together with the FBA shit. It's only like 50 to 100,000 people on at the most online. And you got 1 million immigrants.
50 million people, 100,000 people online. So you do the numbers. The majority of black people never post online. They're not on any social media, you know?
Yeah, because most of those black folks have like responsibilities, and that takes me there.
It takes your time, but most black people, like I said, they out there doing their life, but they cannot be on social media, you know?
No.
They cannot be on social media. You're spending time on social media. You're not doing nothing productive, you know? And my sister and my brother and I run a business. And my sister and my brother got extra business because they do real estate also. They flip houses also. So between our insurance business and real estate, who has time to be online all day?
Yeah.
It gets
Colin, that's why I give the Israel, like I don't believe in that 12 tribes of Israel shit. You know, my boy Lewis is my homeboy, but still I give them credit because they do hit the streets.
Yeah, they do. I do give them credit for that.
That's it.
They're visible.
They're visible. FBA is not visible at all, except on the internet.
And
so if it doesn't reach your algorithm, that's it. Let me tell you something. I was actually I was driving with my daughter, Carla, and I just started playing Tyreek, and she was like, "Who is this gay dude that keeps smacking his mouth when she's like, is his mouth full of saliva or something? Like, well, she's like, why do he smack his mouth every time he talk? I said, it's the weirdest thing in the world, but I cannot listen to him.
I can't listen to him.
Because every time it's not about what he say, because sometimes he say some funny shit. It's just that every time he talks, he pops his mouth. Sound like he spit in his mouth or something. Every time he talk, I can't get with that. But
also, I don't have to have an argument with every stupid Nigerian.
God damn, Carla. Every day you want to be arguing with Emmett every day?
Well, come on, you know. I just don't get it, you know. They do, man. Are they really that important? You must be insecure with yourself to be arguing with immigrants all the time.
Carla, he go look for them. He got somebody that answer his phone or whatever, and he be like, "Oh, look, I got a tether up here." How do you go through all of them calls and pick out a tether? You go through all those calls and look for that, and they looking for the argument. That's why I get when people say it's a cult now. Because everybody in the chat is just jumping up and down like monkeys, just waiting to hear him call them out their name. Go ahead.
Only clown in the chat. He says Tariq is the strongest voice in the black community. Okay, what a clown! You know that's clown shit.
Musa say, I think they're paid actors. Not the African dudes. They're not. They really call in and they just go at Tyreek. But the thing about it is, Tyreek never answers their question. Because one dude said, Tyreek, what do you do for black people? And he was like, more than you. And he said, no, Tyreek, just tell me. Just tell me one thing that you do. You like, I'm thorough. I'm super thorough. I'm with the family. I know the ancestors. He said, no, Tyreek, tell me what you do for black people. He was like, oh, you're a punk. See, you're a punk. And then he started making jokes. And I was like, wow. And people just sat up there and would listen to that shit. I'm like, Tyreek didn't answer the question because he don't do a damn thing for black people. He don't do nothing.
But make enemies for us.
And they sit up there and just give him money. Listen, and I ain't got no problem with him taking their money because he ain't tricking them out their money. He's telling them that I ain't gonna give you shit but some comedy and some jokes. Give me some money. Matter of fact, I need some money. I'm finna go on this vacation. Give me some money. And I'm gonna go live.
Japan.
Yeah. Colin, they sent him money to go to Japan. They sent him money. What I'm saying is that it's no different between Tariq Nasheed and Cynthia G.
Oh, look at this fool. He goes, he renamed African American. No, he did not. I still call myself. Yeah. Hold up. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Tariq Dick Sucker. The African American Smithsonian, did that turn to FBA? Show me one institution that changed their name from African American. We have the Afram Fest coming up this month, right? In Baltimore. Is that the FBA Fest? No. The African American Smithsonian Museum, is that an FBA? No. African American Encyclopedia, is that a friggin' FBA? No. No institution, no nothing, no major publishing, no nothing has ever changed stuff to FBA. It's just something to reach out to and don't.
I just read that shit. That's the craziest shit I don't see.
And speaking about economics, what do you guys think about this guy named Claude Anderson?
Well, I like nothing against the elder, nothing like that, man. But he did a lot of failed moves, right? Hustle Smart.
Yeah, Colin. I'm gonna let Colin do this because I'm gonna talk bad about him. So I'll let Colin do it.
He's not the. He's a good guy, man, but he's not the sharpest when it comes to business because he failed a lot. You know, a lot of businesses thing he did, but he's in good spirit. But you know what Claude Anderson needs? Claude Anderson needs to take his economics, black powernomics, whatnot, take it to a black country. You know, where you can work with a government. If Dr. Claude Anderson went to South Africa, right, and got with him saying, "Look, we're gonna do black economics between black Americans, black South Africans, and all these other people. We're gonna build black economics in South Africa." He's wasting his time in America.
Colin, how about he take that black economics to a black bank?
Well, I know even if you took it to a black bank, you still need a black government. Let's say one state was a black majority state, right? Where the black bank was going to be the major bank in that state. We don't have that, you know?
Yep.
So what
I agree.
Is go to a good country, which is what Dr. Glenn should be in.
Mm.
He should be a country like Botswana or
Namibia or something like that. I agree with that.
You know? And then when you talk to government officials and make that policy, put that in legislation, policy, then you get somewhere. You ain't gonna do nothing trying to convince black folks over internet to do your economics. It's not gonna work, you know.
And then you add, we're speaking about economics and with all these scammers, and you would think that Tone Talks would go out here and sue a lot, like get lawyers, a group of lawyers to start suing these folks that have been doing all the scamming in our communities.
It's impossible. You can't. He can do it.
How do you prove somebody's scamming?
Yeah, you can't prove it. See, only thing with black people being that you can throw a name out there and it sticks. Just like Colin said earlier. Colin, you think I don't be listening, but I be listening. Colin said something earlier, like if 99% of black people go with something and the one person don't go with it, automatically he get labeled a coon and a sellout. Just because he don't agree with everybody else. See, black people, we throw out names, but it's no validity to it. The names that we use, just call them. They call people scammer for all type of shit.
They be like everybody always scamming.
Yeah.
And who is Tone Talks? I heard that name before. Ringing the bell.
Who?
Tone Talks.
He was the original. Him and Yvette Carnell was the original with the ADOS thing.
Okay, you're a lawyer or something, right? Okay, I got you. Okay.
Toad Talk. I call them Toad Talks.
Yeah, okay. He look like a goddamn frog. He like a goddamn frog to me.
Now he's a lawyer, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that's what he say. That's what he say. That's what he say, a lawyer. I don't know what type of law he does. But what I'm telling you is
y'all supporting Dr. Umar School.
That's a joke, man. Come on.
Boy, I would rather give my money to a blind prostitute than give it.
Joke, man. The bottom line is this: Umar. It's like, at some point in time, right now, it's like 5 to 6 years ago, we would say, okay, now it's not funny no more.
Yeah,
he still got the building, right?
Yeah, what's the sense of having a building and you ain't opening it? You know what I'm saying? He has a raggedy building that had mold in it.
Ben, he just puts sinks in the back. So not no like industrial sinks. We talking about bathroom sinks that you would have at your house in the bathroom or something. I think he lives in the building.
Yeah, he has a room in there. He lives in the building.
Yeah, I think him and his mama lives in that building.
That's kind of strange. It's like, well, we as black people, we're about to see a real disaster coming. Just Gary, Indiana is like a warm up. What's going to happen when we have nothing?
Let me explain something to you, Ben, the way the internet works. If you got 200,000, 300,000 subs, and you can get 5% of them to give you $1, just $1.
That's subsistence.
That is more. That is almost. If you get 1%, if you get 5% to give you $1, that's about $40 an hour.
Okay, but these guys' channels are monetized, right? I take it correct.
No, they ain't monetized. He was Dr. Umar different.
People send them money.
Yeah, people send them money. That's why Tyreek get all his money off of donations. He don't get any money off AdSense. The way that they talk, they can't get because it's damn near xenophobic. It's even xenophobic the way Dr. Umar talks. Even being a black nationalist is xenophobic. The way that he talks about it.
They got people sending them money here and there and whatnot. You know, then they got people saying, okay, I really feeling you. Let me send you $75. You know, whatnot. The bottom line is, you know, these guys are making it's a grift. It's money.
Cause you get 1,000, he get 1,000, 2,000 people on the live, and then he got 100 people that's sending him at least $5. He don't make $500 in one day just for sitting up there saying snow bunnies never, black woman forever. What about your cookies and what about your dark chocolate mocha? He just,
especially when he be appealing to black women.
Yeah,
that's where most of Umar Johnson's money comes from, black women.
Hey, but did you hear what Pastor Jamal Bryant, with his Ewok looking at, he look like a fucking Ewok to me, man. But you know what he said the other day? He said that why he's mad at Trump. He said he's mad at Trump because of the black women get fired, that Doge fired, don't make the donations of the churches go down 5%. So he's blaming Trump for black women not being able to donate to the mega churches.
It's funny how this Pastor Jamal Bryant can be this. He's another dummy too. Another dummy. Never worked a real job in his life.
No, he got the. Well, that's what I'm saying. We're in that age of social media. You know,
we're in the age of the content creating grift.
Yeah, you just got to be able to talk good. You get what I'm saying? Even though as good as I talk, I can't do the pandering thing because I just can't see it. I see, like I'm not a red pill, but I'm for men because I know that it takes men to lead. I know if something happens or something got to be killed or be killed, it's the men that are gonna lead the way. All those women that talking all that shit is gonna expect for black men to go out there and risk their life for them. And I'm telling you like this, caller, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. All these women that be talking shit about black men, if I saw one of them out there getting their ass whooped, I would walk right past them.
No.
Because what they do, like this is a thing. Now I don't believe in the Bible that much, but that words it can be deadly as a sword. And they're grooming a group of women to hate black men, 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 unless you giving something to them. And if you ain't giving them to them, hate black men, they don't make them all ratchet.
This is the problem right here. In the chat said, if you work a real job, you're a dummy. I refuse to punch a clock. That's the whole thing is. Negro, all it comes down to, Negro don't want to punch that damn clock, you know?
That's from all online. It's the hustle culture, they call it.
Yeah, that's what it is. But let me tell you something. I come from that hustle, Ben. But the thing about it is that soon as the hustle shifts and it goes to the next thing, then what are you gonna do if you ain't prepared? You got to have a backup.
Well, everybody can't hustle either. Everybody ain't built to hustle. That's
everybody ain't built. So they be thinking like some go. You remember back in the days, like 3-4 years ago, everybody was selling T-shirts and they was the little stamp T-shirts and all that. That shit don't went out of bed and that shit don't went out of bed. Them white people and them Chinese people made all the money with them stamp press machines.
If they selling shovels, like they say in the gold rush, you make money selling the shovels and digging for gold.
Yeah. And see, one thing about white people and all the people, they know that things is trendy. Black people don't understand things are trendy.
Or just like the marijuana business. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody thought they were going to get rich in the marijuana.
Boy, they thought they was going to get rich.
And they didn't.
Marijuana dispensaries and all that. Let me be quiet because I got Mufasa in the chat room. He might get mad at me when I, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, Mufasa, man. That throw out that out there, you know.
But the thing about it is that, like the brother said, that like I give him credit if he say they renamed Black America for their little organization. Yeah, I mean, but that's not the majority of black people. Majority of black people have no idea what FBA. People that's under 28 don't even know what it is. It's an online thing for not middle age, but like for 30 and up. That's the crowd for FBA. Those women can donate and eat in anywhere, wear tight skirts, do a bake-off, or fry fish and braid hair. Yeah. He said, don't apologize to me. You seen the money I was making. You seen the travel I was doing off of weed money.
Yeah, he was doing good, man. He was doing good, man. It worked out for a little while, but it wasn't no longevity, though.
Yeah, that's what we said. He said Dr. Umar ain't here to defend himself. If Dr. Umar was here, he couldn't defend himself because ain't nothing that we said is a lie. I can understand that we're lying on Dr. Umar. I can understand that we was lying on Tariq.
You're not, but you're not.
So let me get this with Dr. Umar though, but he does have the building though still, right? Because I mean, saying about the taxes or something.
Yeah, it was in no. It was in foreclosure. They was trying to take it.
So right now, but they might take it away from him because he's behind on the or whatever.
He's behind on this stuff. Man, let me tell you something, Ben. Maybe you don't know this because you was in Canada up there chilling with your Philippine wife. You know what I'm saying?
I'm in Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota.
No, not you, the other Ben. The other Ben got a Filipino chilling with his Filipino wife. But let me tell you what happened, Ben. So, some type of way he was claiming that all his bank accounts got hacked and he had no access to his bank. He was online begging for couple of dollars to feed him and his mom. That's when I found out that she was living at he got her living at the school. And he was calling his mama Mama Bear. He like, I just need a couple of dollars for Mama Bear till the bank accounts get open. It was right when he was supposed to open up the school, then he started talking about all his accounts got hacked.
Like how much is the tuition at in?
He's talking about he want $500 a month. He said some women have to sacrifice their hair weave to send her boys $500 a month. That nigga hilarious.
Bruh, he don't even show the class, bro. He show the hallways and the bathrooms. That's about it.
Well, I'm saying if it's a school, it got to be accredited, I take it, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, he don't have no accreditation. He's doing his own thing outside the state, everything. How it's gonna work, I don't know.
Now, if he want to make it into a summer school, maybe so, but not
summer camp. I see summer camp.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A summer camp or so. Listen, man. It ain't even funny no more. People don't even got to the point they don't stop donating because it's been like 10, even the dude Randa L in Georgia, he don't build this school everything.
Yeah.
Dr. Umar is a clown, man. He's going around doing lectures and he's like getting paid to talk now. He's not for real about that school no more.
And he never was because it was not really his goal. And then I find when you go into the under 28, there was this, what do you call it? There was a teacher who was crying because they found out all the kids couldn't read. And see, that's another disaster.
They said that was phony. That guy was phony. They said that was fake. He exposed that guy and said that was a whole fake, you know? that guy was fake. That was fake. It's about his student didn't read one night and started crying and whatnot. They said that guy was exposed to being a phony. You know, that was fake.
Wow.
But it was believable though, man, because I know a lot of Negroes can't read.